Hey, everybody. Welcome again this week to the ATR podcast. You know who I am, the always camera ready and sometimes not best dressed. I'm wearing a golf shirt today. Live over par, by the way. And I am, of course, Mark Williams, your host. I am joined by the head of the the Adam Fox for Norris campaign, Mr. John Falkowski.
That needs to be changed to the Adam Fox won the Norris campaign.
Darn right he did, and you know what? He certainly earned it this year. Hopefully, it's the first of many for Adam Fox, and of course, he's already on the phone right now. The man who's working the phones trying to move Nick Leddy's contract so the Islanders can sign more players, Mr. Anthony LaRocco.
Yeah, I think with today's news of Parise buying out, Islander fans can start stitching the name on the jersey because it's definitely going to happen.
And you know what? That's some of the breaking news we're gonna go through later. We know that there's a press conference in Nashville. Did we ever find out what happened with that? Because that happened when I was setting up.
Pecorine retired.
Yeah, sorry, Pecorine retired. Okay, so there is still a lot to get to. We have a jam-packed show today. We have even a special guest, Mr. Dave Pagnotta from the fourth period. And after all, if you were listening to NHL Network on SiriusXM yesterday, you couldn't miss him, and he did a great job. So I guess while we're waiting for him to come on, last week the Lightning closed out the Montreal Canadiens in the typical Lightning style, a shutout. 1-0. They got one goal. I forgot who it was. It was Savard that scored it.
No, Ross Colton scored the.
Ross Colton. Yeah, it was on a pass from Savard, right? That's how exciting the series was.
He just asked if he should hop on now. Should I tell him sure?
Oh yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay. So, first off, everybody, thanks for joining us, and we love it when you come to join us anyway. But it's even more special when we have a guest with us, and this is our first ever guest. So, unless actually if you count back when John was my guest the first time, but he was also the co-host, so I wouldn't really count. This is what happens when you have too much time to think. Everybody, don't have that happen. And so guys, just while we're waiting for Dave, your impressions from Stanley Cup Finals last week. We had to wait one more game, and it was over. Thank God the offseason's here. John, your thoughts?
Just a boring series. It's just something that we all knew was going to happen. I thought Montreal would, like I said, take it to a sixth game. I thought Carey Price might be able to seal a couple of games. I don't really think he even stole the game that they won. But Montreal just was not in Tampa's class. The Islanders versus the Lightning was the real Stanley Cup final, if you ask me, because whoever was going to win that series was going to win the Stanley Cup. That's what ended up happening. So,
John, I got to stop you right there. And, of course, your opinion's always great.
Yep.
But I am adding into the stream Mr. Dave Pagnotta. Hi, Dave. How you doing?
How's it going, gentlemen?
Great. I was actually just mentioning how I was listening to you twice on NHL Network yesterday. Your first interview on the power play, and then also on the drive home around 4 a.m. But, you know.
You're not sick of me yet, or what?
No, we love to talk hockey, so I'll even do that with the recording. Zigga's on us with us right now. All right. Anybody want to take the first question?
Yeah. So Dave, first, thanks for always calming my nerves about the Isles and talking me off the ledge every now and then. I'll start there. So with the news of Parise and Suter getting bought out, I know we kind of connect the dots in the past with Parise and Lou Lamoriello. How likely is it that he signs with the Islanders come July 28th?
I'll word it by saying I think it's likely that the Islanders pursue him. Whether he goes there or gets a better offer somewhere else or whatnot, I don't know. But I would be shocked if the Islanders do not pursue him. I think that's in the plan right now, and we'll see come the 28th. But it all looks like they'll table him some kind of offer, and then kind of go from there. But if all things are considered, I would suspect that it's definitely a point of interest for him. So we'll see how these fall. But yeah, definitely the Islanders will be part of that mix.
Okay.
Dave, Minnesota now has about, I would say, 26, 27 million in cap space. Do you believe this would be kind of like an expansion precursor or possibly a precursor to, say, maybe a Jack Eichel trade? Because that opens up a ton of space for them.
It opens up, 10.3 million for this coming season. The problem is the cap numbers jump to 6.3 in the second year of this buyout, and then 7.3 in years 3 and 4, and then it dips. So if you're bringing in Eichel, it works next season, but the next 3 years after that are cap hell. And if you're going to re-sign Kaprizov, if you've got a couple other guys that they got, Fiala needs a new deal, you got to figure out some other holes in your roster. I think this was made in part with the expansion draft so they can protect other pieces. But I don't think this means that, okay, now we're going to get Jack because we've got the space next season. It's the 3 years after that are the big concern, because it almost evens out. Like they save, I don't even know if they save $1 million in the third or fourth year of that buyout. So does it change things? Maybe it makes things a little bit easier if they can move out other pieces. But the way it currently is structured, I don't think they're going to all of a sudden get Jack Eichel unless there's other elements that are going out, like Matt Dumba, that's still out there from a trade rumor perspective.
Dave, one of the questions that I asked last week was that the Seth Jones trade was going to shift the balance of power a little bit more than, say, a Jack Eichel trade. Is there anybody else that can be like these tectonic plates that are moving around?
Steven Stamkos. See, that was my reaction too. There's going to be a conversation there. Now, whether it evolves, I'm not sure. He's got an $8.5 million cap hit, but they had discussions last offseason. They spoke to his camp about it. There was some willingness to explore some options. My understanding is that's going to be the case. If they haven't already had that discussion, that they will this week. Had the parade yesterday, and everyone was, having a good time over the weekend. So I get it. But if it hasn't happened already, it's going to happen this week, and then they'll determine which way they want to go. But we're probably going to hear a little bit more about Stamkos' name out there in the coming days.
I know Kucherov had a great time. Anthony?
I don't blame him. I love it. I would be right there with him if I was there.
Yeah, a lot of people say like personalities in hockey aren't there, so it's refreshing to see something like that happen. It really is.
Right. Right. Exactly. I loved it. The 18 million over the cap stuff and everything. That was great. And by the way, that wasn't a shot at the league.
Yeah.
That's a shot at everybody complaining that they were 18 million over.
Like Dougie Hamilton's comment after Carolina.
I love it. I personally,
yeah.
I'm a wrestling fan. I mean, my intro's in here involve Macho Man Randy Savage. So I love embracing the inner heel and how Nikita Kucherov is kind of playing the villain, if you will. I think it's great. I think it's great for the sport.
Oh, yeah. No, we need more of this. Absolutely. The sport needs more of it everywhere. And, we're starting to see people be more comfortable doing it. Now, you got to pick your timing. If you did something like this in like the third round, oops. But this was all right now.
Now, Dave, the other big name that's out there is Vladimir Tarasenko. Are the Blues looking to trade him before the 17th when the lists are due? Or is it probably going to be a deal that happens after the expansion draft?
They're not against or in favor of either direction. If they get a deal done before the expansion draft, cool. If it's afterwards, they're fine with it too. There's not a set deadline or a mandate that it has to happen before the expansion draft, but it's going to be similar to what we saw in terms of Duncan Keith, not the return, but in a sense that you're going to get a player that you're going to have to protect anyway. Mm-hmm. So, it's not like an Eichel deal, for example, where it's multiple pieces and you might have to worry about who you're going to protect after and things like that. If you're Buffalo, this one's probably, one pricey asset coming back So you have to decide if you want to protect them or not. So for St. Louis, it doesn't matter whether it happens this week or, starting the 22nd and on. They're fine. They're fine with it, really either way.
And where do the two New York teams stand in these talks? I know they've both been mentioned as suitors for Tarasenko.
Yeah, Islanders are still definitely in the mix on that one. I don't see the Rangers really getting in there. I don't see how it makes any sense for them, quite frankly.
Thank you for calming me down.
Look, every team has asked St. Louis to retain money, so I don't see them retaining half. Maybe it's $1 million, maybe it's 1.5 at most is what my gut would suggest. But even still, at $6 million, I just don't see how the Rangers would accommodate that, even if they're sending out money, even if it's an even swap, because then you're moving out probably a player that's probably better. Like Buchnevich isn't going for Vladdy Tarasenko. So I would be surprised if it's there. I think you're going to see some teams poking around. I mean, obviously they've had conversation with Seattle. I would imagine to a certain extent teams like Calgary and Edmonton, just to see how much they can finagle the cap. If it's whatever the half is, it's $375 million for Tarasenko, you're probably taking that chance. But I just don't see how the Rangers make much sense in that one. The Islanders, if they do it, you're probably looking at Jordan Eberle going the other way as part of the deal, and there would be more to it if it actually comes to fruition.
Does he make sense for the Islanders?
Yeah, I think a change of scenery. You're bringing in a guy that definitely wants a change of scenery. That's 100%. You're going to get probably a pretty motivated player to not only get a new opportunity, but an environment that is in contender status, like cup contender status. So the Islanders are certainly going to work towards that this offseason to solidify themselves as a cup contender. I think he's certainly more dynamic than a Jordan Eberle. And with Lee coming back, if you're swapping them out and you're having a first line of Lee, Barzal, and Tarasenko, it gives you a little bit more options, and it also creates, if he's healthy, a lot more trouble for the other team in terms of how they're going to defend it.
Dave, what's the latest? Because we got to talk about him because it's always going to come to it right now in this part of the offseason. What's the latest on Jack Eichel?
Yeah. Everybody understands, all the teams involved understand what the options are from a health perspective in terms of surgery and all that. So that's been clear, from the get-go. Now it's just a matter of, who's going to pay up. And, Buffalo's holding firm. They're not, yes, they want to move him. Yes, they want to kind of swap him out. But at the same time, they want to make sure they max their value. So whether it's, Chicago or Boston or Vegas or, some of these teams that are out there, Anaheim and LA, have made it clear they're not trading their key guys. Like LA's not moving Byfield. Anaheim's not moving Zegras. So let's try to work something else out. Give us a call if you got an idea. That's kind of where those clubs are at. Vegas is an interesting one because they can get creative with the cap in terms of how they're going to package something together. Alex Tuch's someone Buffalo likes. But they're not going to, why would Buffalo take on Marc-Andre Fleury just to make money work? Like it doesn't, like that aspect of it to me doesn't make much sense. I don't think it makes much sense for Buffalo either. And, Flower would have to sign off on it because they're not on his list. So I just don't see that aspect of it happening. But we're probably looking at something here from Eichel's perspective. The 22nd, 23rd is my guess. Right after the expansion draft, when things open up again, the transaction freeze wraps, and you're looking at the first round. So somewhere around there is probably where we're going to see something, if it's prospect draft heavy in terms of a return. If not, they can wait a little bit, but I think they'd like some finality with this at the end of the month, and just draft time just makes a lot of sense.
Dave, would it make sense for them to make more of a move now, considering that Jack Eichel has that no movement clause that kicks in about a year? Because Kevyn Adams' back is really kind of against the wall with that deadline.
Yeah, I don't see a scenario where he's on the team next season. So, regardless, I think something is happening this summer. makes more sense to me if it's happening at the draft or right around it. I mean, look, a team may say, all right, to hell with this, let's just get this over with and we'll give you what you want and make it happen. Could happen this week. I'd be surprised, but you kind of have to preface that because you never know. I'm not the one making the trades, but certainly I would suspect if something is going to happen, you're probably looking at 22nd, 23rd, in and around that if it's involving some first round picks, because there are teams that are willing to move them. Anaheim's willing to move their first round pick, LA as well. So if that comes into play, then perhaps Columbus is to a certain extent willing to move theirs. And they've got the 2 extra first rounders towards the end of the draft. But everything has to make sense also from a dollar perspective.
Is Jack Eichel the most coveted trade chip that we've had? I can't even remember the last one. Maybe Rick Nash. And how long? I'm trying to think. Anybody? Can you think of a name?
That's good.
That's a really good question. I mean,
Erik Karlsson, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Pronger, sort of. If we want to go back a little bit, just because of what his impact to a team. This type of player doesn't move very often. And you're right. I mean, I'm trying to think of guys that would fall into that category at this age. We just don't see it that often. And that's why it's such a difficult move for Buffalo, because you can't screw it up. You can't just say, all right, to hell with this. We'll make the moves and, we'll worry about the stuff later. Because they also have Sam Reinhart to figure out. They also have Rasmus Ristolainen. There's a bunch. They don't have a goalie. Ullmark's testing the market unless they're going to completely overpay him. So, they've got a bunch of holes they got to figure out. And, it depends what route they want to take, and what the offer is. So, yeah, there's a bunch of prospects and futures that are going to be involved, but there's also going to be an NHL piece, because you have to. No one's just taking $10 million and saying, "Cool, move on." So that's the other element to this that plays a factor in how this affects the deals and everything. So, it's interesting. There's ties to Calgary and Sean Monahan, and swapping that out and makes it easier from a money perspective. But does Buffalo want to? I mean, if you're getting that caliber player, then you're escalating your rebuild if that's what you're going through right now. And then how does that affect Sam, and how does that affect Rasmus Ristolainen and some of the other guys on the team and all of that? So, by the way, expansion draft, they're trying to, move Okposo over there. I don't know if that's going to happen, but they've tried and had that conversation with Seattle. So there's so many dominoes in Buffalo. I don't envy those guys right now in trying to maneuver these next few weeks are going to be ridiculously tough for Kevyn Adams. So if he likes gray hair, he's going to get some.
Now, I'm glad you mentioned the expansion draft. When you talk about Seattle, when Vegas came to the league, they got Marc-Andre Fleury, very, very good goaltender at a Stanley Cup. Do something similar with, LA is, I'm sure, going to protect Peterson over Quick. Do you think Seattle would have any interest in taking Jonathan Quick, a veteran presence who has a cup? I mean, his game has fell off the last couple of years, but do you see that being a possible option for them?
No, I don't. To be perfectly honest, I mean, Quick will be exposed, but I just don't see a scenario where, Seattle takes him unless it's a tricky situation, unless you're getting another team that's interested in him but wants a lower cap hit. So you got to work out another deal with Seattle to say, okay, you select this guy, we'll give you X to offset it, you retain some of the money, and then we do a separate deal and you send him over here to finalize the trade. Those are some things that could be discussed. If Matt Dumba is available, and exposed, then we could see a scenario where some teams are saying, okay, we'll trade you some other pieces. It'll offset money-wise. These kinds of conversations are going to happen, but they're ridiculously tricky. I don't think Quick will be picked up. Braden Holtby's an interesting one. There's a possibility there. Jake Allen out of Montreal, another one. I believe they will have a discussion with Drieger to see if they can work something out from a free agency perspective. This free agency stuff for me is a little tricky. It's kind of unfair a little bit. I understand you can utilize that pick, and if you agree, we'll use Drieger as the example. Okay, we're going to agree to a contract. We'll pick you. That's our pick. But if you're talking to other free agents and you don't pick them, what's stopping Seattle from going after them on July 28th afterwards? So you're almost taking 2 players away from a team. So that's been brought up. I mean, it's kind of a gentleman's agreement kind of thing, to not screw the rest of the league over. But it's a ruthless business sometimes.
That's true.
Speaking of which, Dave, are there any type of deals that you could possibly see out there, kind of like how Vegas did with Florida with Marchessault and Smith, possibly?
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see a couple of those. I don't think we'll see as many to that extent. Like, Shea Theodore went to Vegas from Anaheim because they wanted them to pick, and I always forget the dude's name, another defenseman whose career was done, but he had a big cap hit, so they were alleviating money. That's going to bother me. So it'll probably come to me when this is done.
I'm trying to think of it too.
Yeah, whoever that dude was. So I could see, you can see certain things happening there. I think Minnesota's they've got to figure something out because they're going to lose a pretty good player if they don't work out some kind of arrangement with the buyouts to Suter and Parise. You're probably exposing one of your key defensemen. So they got to figure out something there. Susie or Dumba, one of those guys is getting exposed. So because I don't see them protecting 4D. So because of what they have up front. So someone's getting exposed, and that's a good opportunity for Seattle to pick a pretty good defenseman. But who's to say that Billy Guerin's not working the wire to try to make sure that doesn't happen? So I think we'll see those kinds of deals happen probably, I don't know, maybe 3, if we're over-undering it.
Dave, I think I got the name for you. One of our commenters, Ariana, said it was Clayton Stoner.
There you go. Yep. Yeah. Good call. Thank you, because that was going to bother the hell out of me.
What a name.
Yes. I got a question that a couple of our guys are also saying. There's a lot of rumors about Pavel Buchnevich, and I've been beating the drum all along that his contract situation is going to get him moved out of town. Oops, I clicked the wrong one. But so what exactly is the trade market on him?
Yeah, I mean, they want to keep him. They'd like to make something fit there and work. I believe he's ARB eligible. I think I have to double check that. But if he is, then it certainly makes things a little trickier. It speeds up the need to potentially move him out if you can't get an extension done with him. And that's why, all this talk about Jack Eichel and the Rangers or, Seth Jones or somebody that's high priced, it works now, but you have him if you're going to keep him around. You have Zibanejad that you got to sign that, quite frankly, for me, makes more sense than acquiring Jack Eichel, because you've got a guy that loves it there, is great with his teammates. He's great in the marketplace. It'd be great to have Jack Eichel as well. I really like Mika. So, you have all these future things that you got to figure out. Adam Fox, pretty sure the dude's going to cash in soon. So, all of these guys are going to be factored in. And that's where, the Buchnevich thing comes into play a little bit as well. What's his deal going to look like, and how's it going to affect some of the other assets, that are going to be there. So it's been loose to this point. I don't think it affects expansion draft or anything like that. There's absolutely, 31 other teams that would love to get the guy. But we'll see, kind of what happens there. Nothing is imminent. Sorry, this is a really long way of me saying nothing's about to happen just yet. But to give you a little background and backstory on that situation and the Rangers in general, they want to keep him. They got to figure out if they can make the money work. If not, then they will probably, try to finagle some type of move. This is another thing that's going to bother me right now. So I'm going to double check to make sure that he isn't arbitration eligible.
Probably.
And he is, yes. So, okay. So that's what may escalate things if they don't know between now and, I would imagine, 2 weeks from now. So the 28th, as I look at the calendar, where they're at.
Now, Dave, before we let you go, I want to grind the gears of my Ranger fans over here and end on an Islander question. But what's Kyle Palmieri and Casey Cizikas, 2 unrestricted free agents? I know Palmieri had said, Lou Lamoriello said in his end of media conference that Palmieri expressed interest in returning. What are the chances of them returning? Is Palmieri a backup plan to Tarasenko or vice versa? Because I can't imagine they can't get all three of these guys back.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, so the Islanders, they've got some cap issues that they got to figure out. They're going to get an extra $6 million of LTIR space when the season starts, because you've got Boychuk that'll be put on LTIR his final year, so they could utilize that if they need to or when they need to. They're trying to move Komarov. They're trying to move Hickey. Final year of their deals. They're trying to move Nick Leddy and even Eberle to a certain extent also out there. So they can try to make the money work. I think Casey's saying I would be very surprised if they don't make that work. Palmieri definitely would like to stay. I can see this waiting until the start of free agency to see what other options might be out there. But, my understanding is he definitely is open to staying. He's open to short. He's open to long-term. Long-term may offset the money in terms of AAV, so it may lower the cap hit. Just, how much longer do you want to go there? But I could certainly see a scenario where, I would be very surprised if Cizikas is not signed. Palmieri, I think there's a really good chance he sticks around, and I don't believe that him sticking around affects them making another addition to their top six. So they'll be a deep team, and they want to contend. They know their window is wide open right now, so they want to figure some stuff out. I know there's some Varlamov talk that's jumping around a little bit. There are a couple teams that have poked around. I don't think anything's imminent there just yet, and it may not be. But I think they're looking at other ways to free up some money, and Staple came out with the stuff on Leddy, but you'll probably hear a little bit about Eberle as well. And he's got a full no trade, by the way, that changes to a 16-team trade list on the 28th. So they might be getting ahead of things a little bit, but you got to do your due diligence and lose one of the best.
All right. Well, thanks for jumping on with us. We really appreciate it. And hopefully this summer, for every hockey fan, having a lot of moves, it's like Christmas Day. So hopefully this offseason goes up to the hype here.
Yeah, well, it's starting on a good note, so far. So hopefully we get some more activity going on.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Be like the busiest week for you, by the way.
These next 2 to 3 weeks are going to be bananas. Yeah. I'm going to Seattle for the expansion draft. So there's that element. They're doing a small event there. I'm doing some stuff. Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. We'll be doing Dennis Bernstein and I an expansion draft show from there. So we've got that, and then the expansion draft and all these trades this week, and then the draft and all the stuff leading up to. Yeah, this is. I'm on team no sleep for the next 20 days or so. Yeah.
Dave,
Next time I hear at 4 a.m., it'll be live, so that'll be good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the Red Bulls are going to come in handy, that's for sure.
All right,
awesome.
Dave. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Very much, Dave.
Hopefully, the first of many times that Dave Pagnotta will join us. That was Dave Pagnotta from the fourth period. There is his Twitter feed right over there in the screen. I know you guys had questions. We were trying to make sure. Fortunately, we were able to get some of the questions out. Here's a question quickly that was for Dave. But Filk, does Dave think there's going to be a lot of interest in Tony DeAngelo after he gets bought out?
Yeah, I was gonna ask him about that before El Rock kind of signed him off a little bit there, but
you don't want to keep him too long.
I didn't.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no.
We did keep him for a while, so
yeah.
But I think there's going to be a bunch of teams that are going to be in on him, and they're gonna go after him, because just remember, nobody wants to take a flyer on a possible PR nightmare. And thank you, John. We appreciate that. But nobody wants to take a possible risk on a PR possible nightmare at $4.85 million. But somebody's going to take a chance on that at $1 million. Absolutely. For a 50-point defender who could come in, I mean, he may not score 50 with a lesser team, but he's a guy that could easily put up 40 on most teams, if not every team in the NHL, with the power play time that he'll get. So there's going to be teams that are going to take a chance on him.
And again, the number being low. By the way, Ariana, thank you for stepping up for us. We needed that name because it was going to kill all our brains. I was wondering if it was Mason, the one that they got rid of.
Mark, fix the fourth period there. You're missing the U on it.
You.
Oh, shit. The entire time?
Yeah.
This is why I go through all these things. Folks, this is why we get the comments. This is why we get everything. Actually, I was wondering why there was no you, but oops. So
no, but it's a funny thing to laugh at the end, but it's fixable.
All right, we'll get there. Yeah, I thought he spelled it differently. No, Ziga. I definitely made it through I thought he was doing it like the fourth was taken by someone else on Twitter or something like that.
I'm gonna probably say Ziga just got the comment of the day there because he absolutely roasted you on that one, Mark. So you gotta take your L and
I take my L all the time. It's called life. So yeah, I gotta agree. Tony D'Angelo, though, for cheap, people are gonna kick the tires on him, and I think that he's been humbled enough that it's going to actually be a thing, where he's not gonna come in thinking he's the greatest thing ever. Josh Ho sang. The Rangers need to toughen up. That's what I've been talking about since January. Buch's contract situation he's going to get moved for somebody.
I wouldn't package that. I wouldn't package Buchnevich for help. I think if you're moving Pavel Buchnevich, it's got to be in a deal for an upgrade at center. You got to go get someone like Jack Eichel if you're going to do that. I would say if I'm moving Pavel Buchnevich, I'm going to probably move him with Filip, a prospect or two, and a first-round pick or two, depending on what it is. So, yeah, exactly. Butch should only be traded for an upgrade at center. He was near a point-per-game player last year, and he was one of the better penalty killers in the entire league. So if you're giving that up because you're going to feel it, you're going to need an immediate impact player, and you're going to need someone that's going to be somewhere in that top six. Because if you don't, then you're downgrading the team, and you're hoping that Alexis Lafreniere, Kakko, and Vitaly Kravtsov can make up for that.
And I still think they can. So that's the reason why it's going to be like contract situations and what you can fit in. Yeah, you can bring Buchnevich back on a short-term deal. Do not give him a no-move clause or something stupid like that. They wouldn't give that to an RFA anyway. But John saying Reinhardt, which I've said before, Elias Lindholm, that's an interesting name. And
I don't think he'd really be available.
I don't see why Calgary would trade him.
I don't think Calgary is going to trade him or Tkachuk. I think that they're going to move Monahan and Gaudreau before anything, and that's what Dave was talking about before. He mentioned Sean Monahan's name. There's a culture problem in Calgary, and I think a part of that is Monahan and Gaudreau. And those two just don't seem to have what it takes to bring their games to the next level when it matters. And I don't know if that has something to do with what they do off the ice, or their training, or how much time they devote to their craft. But I would, if I'm the Rangers, I stay away from Sean Monahan. Sure, is he enough of an upgrade over Ryan Strome to risk losing that chemistry with Panarin? To me, the answer is no.
Yeah,
I think he is.
Why not?
And that's been my thing. If you're going to go out and trade for a center, it's got to be someone that is a significant upgrade over Ryan Strome to the point where you can risk losing that chemistry with Artemi Panarin, like Jack Eichel. So if you're going to go get Sam Reinhart or Sean Monahan, I don't really think you're doing the team a service.
Well, Again, thank you to Dave Pagnotta, and we have so much more to go through today. If you like what we had so far, hit that like button, subscribe, share with your friends. That's what we are. We're like,
We're friends.
I was trying to think of something to share besides a joint, but that was going through my mind.
Be friends. Why can't we be friends?
Share and share alike. Stroman and the Bread Man have amazing chemistry, but it's always something about Ryan Strome. But anyway, we're gonna go to our bar talk segment, and we're gonna do a lot more of these after our editorials.
Clear off the ticker.
Oh yeah, I did it. All right.
I'm gonna take a shot on this one.
I'm gonna say beer. I'm buying everybody around on this. Oh my god.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the ATR Bar Talk segment, where we gauge our confidence in NHL topics based on our choice of drink, a beer, a shot, or you buying everybody around because you're so jazzed up for it. And we're going to start with that the Rangers should sacrifice some of their youth to win sooner. Mr. Fulkowski, you got this.
I am going to say a beer because it depends on what you're sacrificing and how much of it. Honestly, Jack Eichel deal makes a ton of sense because he's still young. He's 24. It makes a ton of sense for them. Now, if you're talking about sacrificing your youth to go get someone like Steven Stamkos, per se, it depends on what you're giving up because he's 30, 31 now. I would say he's 30, probably 31 now. He's on the wrong side of 30, and a decline is going to happen sooner than later. But this team has a mandate to win sooner than later, and you want to win in Artemi Panarin's still prime years. You've got to start winning because these guys are going to come off ELC contracts, and they're going to start demanding deals of their own. So when do you pay Alexis Lafreniere? When do you pay Kakko? I mean, the ones that you're going to have to worry about sooner than later, or the ones that are coming closer, I should say, are Adam Fox. And if you're the Rangers, you got to worry about Adam Fox and paying him, and Igor Shesterkin. So when do they get paid? But yeah, you got to start making moves to win sooner than later because the rebuild can't keep going on forever. So I'm gonna say beer here.
I'm going to say beer too. The reason why is because sooner or later they're going to be dealing with some of these prospects. They're loaded on defense, and there's only 6 jobs that you could have up here. You're probably going to have 1 or 2 veterans on the team. I fear they might lose a Jones. They might lose. I don't want to part with Lundqvist. We've been on this a lot. Matthew Robinson looks like he's going to be very good. And Tomo Reunanen, I liked what I saw from him in the 2-3 games that he played with the Rangers this year. It's just that it's so it's just eventually you're going to have to swap out assets. Joey Keane knows all about this. And I gotta go beer, but it's they're gonna have to move something. I don't know if that sacrifices their future though. So that's why it's only just a beer. Anthony.
I'm actually gonna go shot, and probably it's because I have PTSD. But back before 2001, 2002, when the Islanders made the playoffs for the first time, Charles Wang came aboard. She was trying to get a new building, and there was instruction to finally get them to the playoffs for the first time in 7 years. He traded for Yashin. He traded for Pekka. And what the Islanders do in those trades, they sacrifice youth in order to win sooner. And yeah, it got them in the playoffs 4 out of those 5 years. Obviously, there was the lockout year in between, but so technically still 4 out of 5. But they went out in the first round all those times. So granted, the Rangers are in a much better place than the Islanders were heading into 2001, 2002. But it's still, you could still point as an example. Yeah, you can make moves to get your team into the playoffs, but sometimes if you trade the wrong young player, it could come back to bite you for years to come. So the Rangers have a lot of good pieces, Lafreniere, Kakko, Fox. They have Panarin, even though he's not as young as those guys, he's still in the prime of his career. Zibanejad, there's Shesterkin in goal. So they got a lot of good pieces. I think with just some tinkering and free agency and maybe even some minor trades, the Rangers can get there just with the team they have now. So maybe, like I said, it's a little bit of PTSD, but and learning from the Islanders' mistake back then. But yeah, so I'm gonna go shot there.
Well, let me refresh your memory and make you feel a little bit better, and then give John PTSD. The players that the Islanders traded for Yashin were Billy McCalt, Zdeno Chara,
and Jason Spezza.
He blossomed, and the pick that became Jason Spezza.
Yeah.
I know from information to guys that knew Jason Spezza. Jason Spezza said, "I'd rather go back in the draft than be a New York Islander." So his attitude might have changed, but that's one reason why, as a Long Islander, I liked John Tavares, because John Tavares said, "I want to be an Islander." He wasn't willing to shun the entire island. The other part of that is the Buffalo trade gave up Taylor Pyatt and Tim Connolly and a first-round pick, and I don't even know who that was. So it is that's the positive to say about that. The talked about guy is Spezza and Chara, and Chara truly blossomed when he got to Boston anyway. And he was already pretty good. And Sean, there's so many prospects, and also I got this one. This is actually going to lead us into the next topic. How about Pierre-Luc Dubois? We talked about this, but John has said they're not getting rid of him.
He's probably not available.
They just traded for Line. They can't just go ahead and trade Dubois now.
No,
I did suggest that at one point. Why not go after him? But by the way, just really quick, Filk, Hugh Jessup. Moving on to the next comment. Brett Howden re-signing is just expansion fodder. I'm going to start this one. Yes, he's being exposed. Hopefully Seattle takes him.
It's expansion fodder. I'm buying everybody around.
Buying everybody around. Yeah.
That's what this is. It's an expansion protection move. They can now protect Colin Blackwell with this move. Or Julien Gauthier. I mean, personally, I would protect Julien Gauthier. The kid has a future. I don't believe that Colin Blackwell really has a future with this team. Even if he has another season like this, are you going to re-sign him to another deal and give him possibly $3-4 million after that? I wouldn't. I wouldn't roll the dice on that. I would rather roll the dice on the kid that's 23 years old. Was a guy who scored 24 goals and I think in like 40-something games in the AHL in 2019, 2020. But I'm not going to take a chance on Colin Blackwell as opposed to him. So Brett Howden is really just for an expansion protection purposes. So he's going to be exposed.
Yeah, and Gauthier is like that Spanish kid in the Mighty Ducks that's super fast and can't stop. He's super big. Doesn't really stop that often. Which, by the way, the Mighty Ducks 2, one of the worst downgrades in all sporting movies, where you had the team playing for their national championship, and then they put on Mighty Duck jerseys. Playing for your nation. Be proud of playing for your nation. I was waiting for Anthony to come back, but we'll just scream it out with him in his stead. Goldberg is back on, and Goldberg, there we go. Why would Seattle take him, though? He's awful. Well, he's got incredible leadership skills, or as someone said, I don't know, sometime. I have no idea. Hopefully.
I don't think it's Seattle that's going to take him. I think it's just an exposure slot. That's really what it is, so they can protect somebody else as opposed to him, because you have to have a certain amount of players left exposed. So, but I mean, if Seattle wants to take him, it's maybe because they think that he's a fourth liner and that they can go and get a fourth line talent that's young, that's under cost control. I mean, I would rather take Julien Gauthier if he's left available than Brett Howden. That's just me, and I think that's a lot of fans. But you don't know who's going to be available, who's going to be left unprotected, and honestly, we don't know what Ron Francis thinks of players. I mean, he could end up taking PK Subban because he can think that, even though PK Subban's got 1 year left on his deal at $9 million, PK Subban is a household name in hockey. he's a talented player and experienced and could possibly put some, asses in the seats. So, I mean, you never know.
Just finishing again on the Mighty Ducks too, because I got a couple comments and we got a good question from John Cokefair that I'm going to put on while we're waiting for Anthony to come back. And that's, again, the end of the movie in the shootout, they all stop and take slap shots. That's not the way shootouts work. I mean, it does in Blades of Steel, but that's a different story. Yeah, Blades of Steel. But the other thing to mention in that is, so they take the shot and they're all like suspenseful after they change goalies in the shootout, which you can't do. And they're like, "Where's the puck? Where's the puck?" It doesn't matter. It's not in the net. That's all that matters. So the other one is the kids that got in roping. I like Sean's comment right here. Disney just knew that the name Iceland was ice. How about this? They played Trinidad and Tobago, not Trinidad and Tobago. And why would a Caribbean island have an ice hockey team anyway? So, but John, getting to your question. And again, I think John and I kind of agree with this. I think you might see Braden Schneider next year.
It's possible. I don't know if they're going to rush him or not. I mean, but then again, there were a lot of people, myself included, that did not expect Keandre Miller. Mike Milbury. Oh, God. Yeah, but there were a lot of people that didn't expect Keandre Miller to make this team. I thought when they signed Jack Johnson, I was like, oh, God, here we go. Keandre Miller's not going to make the team. They're going to have Jack Johnson playing, and Keandre Miller's going to either play taxi squad or they're not going to, okay, Cool Runnings. Yeah, I get it, Dave. Cool Runnings. Yeah, we are Jamaican Bob's team. My name is Sanka. Yeah. All right.
Cool Runnings, who, by the way, featured our boy Al Trotwig.
And Al Trotwig, yes.
Yes.
The 88 Olympics. So, but yeah.
Jamaica had a bobsled team.
Yeah, Jamaica had a bobsled team. They did. The Calgary Olympics in 88. But, I don't know if we see Braden Schneider next season. I would definitely think the season after the 2022-2023 season would be a distinct possibility for Braden Schneider. I think he'll be ready then. I just wonder if he's still with the team or not, because like I said, there's going to be deals made. There has to be deals made, whether it's for Eichel or if it's for something else. Something's going to happen because there's an excess of players. There's a logjam here. There's a surplus. Someone's going to get moved eventually. So I don't know if it's Schneider. I don't know if it's Nils Lundqvist. I don't know if it's Zach Jones or Matthew Robertson. No, Sean, there's no way that John Candy would have been a better fit than Emilio Estevez. And if you've watched the new series, you'll understand exactly what I'm saying because Emilio Estevez is gold.
Yeah, that was good.
He's hilarious.
See, you know what? That's what we need to do. We need to click a link over here where you can go to the new series and get some of that Disney Plus money. Anthony, Brett Howden expansion fodder.
So I got a phone call from the good old wife.
It is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Anything you can interrupt for, it is definitely that.
Round. You need to have certain guys that meet certain requirements to be exposed. So that's definitely one of the reasons. And the only thing now is, who would Seattle take? Would they take Brett Howden over a guy like Gauthier or even Blackwell? That I'm not sure about. But definitely expansion fodder round.
Which, by the way, Ziga, the NHL what if happens. It was a what if Bombay didn't blow a .08? So that was always a great one. Well, it's a good thing we got Mr. Anthony LaRocco back, because one of the questions that he asked Dave Pagnotta when he was on with us, you can always rewind us and check it out, or there'll be a separate segment we'll have for that. He asked about Vladimir Tarasenko being either a New York Islander or a New York Ranger next season. Anthony, I got to go to you.
Well, it seems like it, after listening to him, it will more so be the Islanders and the Rangers, but I'm going to say beer. Obviously, not around because there's no guarantee that happens, but definitely not a shot either, as there's a lot of smoke involved here with Tarasenko to the Islanders. So falls right in the middle there with the beer. And hey, listen, like he said, the Islanders are going to have to send back a player with similar salary. Jordan Eberle seems to be that guy that the Islanders are going to use to move out, whether it be Tarasenko or just for cap space. But and then he referenced there could be a couple other pieces there. So we don't know what a full deal will look like. Because I also heard stuff about that Vince Dunn could possibly be in a deal and could be a little bigger. But listen, Tarasenko, there's a lot of risk. He's coming off those shoulder surgeries. But like Pagnotta said, he has something to prove. He feels now after this third surgery where the surgeon actually fixed the issue that the Blues surgeon didn't do the first 2 times, which to me is just unfathomable how they could miss something like that. He could pay off if his shoulder's 100%. The only thing is we really won't know until he hits the ice and see what he has. But he's a dynamic scorer, that's for sure, when healthy. But I mean, it could help improve the Islanders. Let's face it, Tarasenko at his best is a lot better than Jordan Eberle. So that's a sniper that the Islanders need. I'm just not sure what other offers the Blues will get from other teams. The only positive is I think Tarasenko only has like 5 or 6 teams he's willing to wait to go to. So that plays a large role too. But I'm assuming we'll get our answer to all this probably after the expansion draft, possibly sooner. A lot of variances there that could lead to why the Blues would want to do it sooner. But I'm a little skeptical about it, but I'm also a little cautiously excited because Tarasenko, what he can be. But beer.
Filk.
I'm gonna go beer here. You can't say shot. You can't say round, like Anthony said. If it was just the Rangers, I would say shot. Even if it was just the Islanders, I'd say beer. But I don't know how they make that work. And they want to bring back Palmieri too, like Dave, spoke about before. We've talked about that before as well. I don't know how this works. And I know that the Islanders, I believe, are on the list of teams that he's willing to waive to. But I know I've said for years that they've needed to get a pure sniper, and Tarasenko would be that, but I would be very, very afraid of that shoulder. And I know that they fixed the problem, but how much damage has been done to that shoulder? How much? And you know what? He's getting up there in age. He's getting closer to 30. I know he has only a couple years left on his deal, so then you're going to have to make a big decision in 2 seasons whether to sign him or not. And then you're going to have to pony up 5-6 years at that point, give him a contract until he's, 36, 37 years old? Somewhere in that range?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think it might be best for the Islanders to kind of let Oliver Wahlstrom develop into the sniper that he is. I know Jordan Eberle has only scored 30 goals in his career once, and that was back in 2012. But
he tends to be more of a playmaker.
Yes, he does. But he gives you 25 goals. He's got great chemistry with Matt Barzal, and that he can play within this team's system. That's you got to worry about fits too. That's a big thing. This Islanders team is not a team of marquee talents. Matt Barzal is a talented player, but is he an elite player? No, not by any means. But what every single player on that team does is fit to the sum of all of the parts, and it forms one well-oiled machine. As much as I hate to say that, being a Ranger fan, they are a well-oiled machine.
We're hoping we will be saying that next year.
Yeah. So, but I like Vladimir Tarasenko. He's not a bad defensive player, and he probably could. But why? Why, when you have a player that can be somewhat within that same stratosphere, at the very least, that looks like he's ready to make the jump. And I'll reference him again. The hockey guy, Shannon, made a list of breakout players that he expects to have big years this upcoming year. And Oliver Wahlstrom was on his list. So I kind of agree with him there. I think Oliver Wahlstrom is primed for a bigger year this year. I think you're looking at 20 to 25 goals given the ice time and the power play time. So I just, considering the cap problems that they're lined up to have, adding Tarasenko really makes sense for them, even if they send out Eberle? I don't know. I don't know. To me, I'm going to say beer here, but I really don't think the Islanders end up with him. Unless they're able to make some sort of sorcery cap-wise. So
that was a very, very long answer, so I'm going to keep mine short, which is just I'm going to say beer. He could be the power play sniper guy that they need, the trigger man. But other than that, yeah, I would let Wallstrom develop as well. Moving on to headlines that were made yesterday, like the Duncan Keith trade has already won the award for the worst offseason trade. I'll start this off. I got to buy everybody around on this. Oh my God. How do you not retain any salary? The only thing that shocked me about this trade was that I found he was only making like $5.7 million. But Duncan Keith, who's not Duncan Keith anymore, they didn't retain any salary, really. And Caleb Jones, and you gave up a draft pick. Ken Holland was channeling his inner Peter Chiarelli. Over to you, Anthony.
Yeah, this. I know it's only been really this one trade, really, but yeah, definitely round. I don't know if you guys saw later at night that LeBron actually said the full trade ended up being where some like prospect went back to Edmonton with Keith. But even still, this is a bad deal. Keith's going to be 38 on the 16th, so a couple more days, and he's a shell of himself. I mean, he could still skate, but he's a shell of himself. And the Oilers have other areas that they need to use that money to improve on. They still only have the only goalie they have in the contract is Koskinen. They're going to probably re-sign Mike Smith, which is a bad idea. I don't know. I just think that this was a bad deal. I mean, if they could have got Chicago to retain some salary, then fine. But the fact that they didn't, and they gave up a third on top of it, as well as Caleb Jones, it's just I don't know. All I'm going to say is it seems like Peter Chiarelli was back at the helm there yesterday.
Yeah,
I gotta say that might be the comments of the it's of the hour so far. The day is still very young. All right, John.
Oilers gonna oil is probably the one comment that I can find that would sum this up in a nutshell, because it is a bad deal. But I'll preface this by saying that if you're trading for Duncan Keith to play 16, 17 minutes a game in a number 4 to a number 6 role, it would be a good deal if Chicago retained like a couple of million on that, because you could tolerate him at that salary. He's not a top pairing defenseman anymore. He's not a 1 through 3. He's a 4 or worse. And if you have him with a good partner, he can play on a second pairing. He could possibly even anchor a third pairing. But at $5.538 million, no way. Terrible deal for Edmonton. You might as well have kept Chiarelli if you were going to bring in Holland to do these types of moves. And listen, I'm not high on Caleb Jones. I'm not. He's 24 years old. He hasn't really shown you many signs of being anything more than a third pairing defenseman. But if you're going to go out and spend $5.5 million on the corpse of Duncan Keith, I mean, you're piss poorly managing your cap when you have other things that you have to do. And you could have went after Seth Jones. You could have ponied up assets and went after Seth Jones. I'm not saying Seth Jones would have went there, but you had his brother. You had a bargaining chip. Not only did you take on all that cap, but you took the one bargaining chip that you had and sent it away, because you could have used that to bring in Seth Jones. Oh, Seth, do you want to come play in Siberia? No. We have your brother. Okay, I'll think about it. Like, what were they doing?
Is that a bargaining chip or is that a ransom negotiation?
Both. It's terrible. And
Seth, we have your brother.
Yeah. Ken Holland is actively doing everything he can to tarnish his legacy as a general manager. Because last, I would say, half a decade, possibly more, he's done everything he can to just absolutely make a fool of himself. I'm sorry.
1 year after this, he's got
1 year after this. He has 2 years left, Dave.
Yes.
But yes, Siberia. It just no salary retained, nothing. Just yeah. This is a round. Hey, does everybody want a day drink with me? Because I'll go put some vodka in this, and I'll buy everybody rounds. Because let's day drink. Let's have fun with this.
Yeah, you know what? I got some whiskey, single malt Irish whiskey. I forgot the name of it. I think it was Keats that I have. I got to go check the bottle. A friend of mine just gave me for my birthday a month late. The Lightning will three-peat and circumvent the salary cap again. Anthony, got to go to you.
You know what? Shot. Then they're not winning 3 in a row. It's way too hard in this league. And 2, their team is going to get broken up to some extent this year. I know Julien Brisebois had his end of season press conference today. He mentioned Gaudreau and Coleman that played the way they played deserve raises, and he said, but the problem is I don't know if we're going to be the team to be able to give it to them. So they could lose both those guys who are key third line players. And then there was a nugget Pagnotta said about Stamkos because they gotta unload a biggest salary somehow. So I just don't see them having the pieces next year to do it all again. And circumventing the cap, who knows? Maybe Kucherov will get surgery on his other hip, and he'll be out until the playoffs. But I just don't see them winning 3 in a row. Like I said, it's just way too hard in this league. There's too many other good teams, and they're going to lose probably a good, 4 players off their roster, or maybe more. So, Savard, I don't know if they got money to keep him. Like I said, Gaudreau, Coleman. Who knows what happens with Colin, Tyler Johnson. This could be the year he goes. So, after being waived last year. So yeah, I don't see it at all. I mean, don't get me wrong; they're still going to be a good team, but they're not winning again. Shot.
Filk?
I'm shaking my head because you changed the topic, the title of it, and you completely misworded what I'd put down.
Okay.
So the topic was supposed to be the Lightning will three-peat regardless of their cap crunch. That was
all right.
Not circumvent the cap. So I was going to say beer because I think it's possible that they're able to keep a majority of the pieces. They might lose a piece like a Maroon or a Gaudreau or a Coleman. And yes, Ariana, that is absolutely true. They still took Edmonton to the cleaners. But getting back to what we were talking about, they're going to have a cap crunch and they're going to lose at least one, possibly multiple pieces. The Lightning dented the cup, and they're about to put the dent into their team because they have a cap crunch. So I'm going to say beer, just because I think that this team is eventually going to have the talent still to be right at the top of the league. But it might be tough to make that three-peat. We haven't seen a three-peat in 40 years almost. So yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say beer here.
Last team to win 3 in a row.
New York
You can hear
Islanders.
Anthony's erection right now. So I used that joke last week, but still. By the way, Sean, 4 Red Bulls. I think you had a Red Bull of vodka. You got to eventually get yourself off the Red Bulls. Otherwise, you're going to have heart palpitations.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, I'm going to say no. They're not winning the Stanley Cup next year. They might challenge a little bit, but they're going to lose a lot of their depth, and their depth is the reason why they won the Cup. Just ask Montreal. Can you get somebody to play with Yanni Gourde? Yeah.
But they have pieces that are ready to come up and fill those roles, like an Alex Barré-Boulet. He can come up and he can play. You've got other guys in the minors like Boris Kachuk, Taylor Radish, other guys that can come up and play in those roles. So, yeah, I mean, you surround those guys with the right players, they can end up giving you the production that those guys gave you.
But one thing we were going to talk about, and we originally had it in a segment, but once we had Dave on, we knew I had to put it on one of these. Andrei Vasilevsky, 5 consecutive closeout shutouts to finish a bunch of series, including the Stanley Cup Finals. With that said, and the crop of young Russian goaltenders, the Russian goaltenders will dominate the league over the next decade, and I'm buying everybody around on this one because we know what Vasilevsky's already done. We know Yaroslav Askarov is being compared to Carey Price, which means he's overrated. You know that the Islanders wouldn't have gotten past the first round if not for their prized Russian goaltender, Ilya Sorokin. And speaking about Anthony getting excited, and of course there's a Russian goaltender in New York. I think, I'm not sure, that they've talked about for the last 5 years. So Russian goalies, they're here to stay. And I kind of always wondered for years, got all this Russian offensive talent. When are we going to see the Russian goalies? And now we got them, and they're great. They're doing fantastic. John.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy around on this because there's tons of goaltending talent. There's been talented goaltenders that come out over the years from Russia, obviously going all the way back to Vladislav Tretiak. I mean, we know how great he was, probably the greatest player to never play in the NHL. Mm-hmm. Nikolai Khabibulin was great in the 90s on some mediocre teams, got those Phoenix Coyote teams to the playoffs in the mid to late 90s. Won the Stanley Cup with Tampa in 2004. He had an historical playoff run in 2004, had 3 shutouts in the Stanley Cup Finals, was the first ever goaltender to do that, I believe. But, you know, you look at him, Sorokin, Shesterkin, I mean, Askarov, it seems like with these goaltenders, and I know I can look back to it, and there were times where there were Finnish goaltenders, like in the 2000s, the wave of Finnish goaltenders, your Kari Lettinens, your Kari Ramos, and all those great Finnish prospects, Tuukka Rask, Hannu Toivonen,
Kiprasov.
Mika Kiprasov.
You know,
that's the Toskala.
Yeah, Toskala. You know, they come in waves, it seems like. So I'm gonna buy around here on this because I think the next wave is the Russian goaltenders. So,
Anthony.
Easily round. You know, Sorokin, Shesterkin, Vasilevsky's still going to be around for a long time. Then you have Ilya Samsonov on the Capitals. You know, we didn't mention him until just now.
Thank you, Big Blue.
You know, then Askarov is going to be coming up in Nashville in a few years. So you know, they're not going anywhere. And honestly, I still think the players might not go to the Olympics, but if they do, you gotta think that the 3 goalies for Russia might be Vasilevsky, Shesterkin, and Sorokin. I don't think Shesterkin and Sorokin will play just based on how good Vasilevsky is, but I mean they'll probably be on the roster. So yeah, the Russian goaltending is here to stay, like you guys said, and you know, even further, if you kind of look at the Metropolitan Division, 3 of them are in the Metro with the Capitals, Islanders, and Rangers. You know, so listen, they're the thing about them too is a lot of them are all, while they have differences, they're all somewhat similar too. They're just fast moving goalies from side to side with good reflexes. None of them are really, well, aside from Vasilevsky, but Shesterkin, Sorokin, Samsonov, they're not big guys. They're average size goalies. You know, credit to all their goalie coaches that worked with them the years to get them to the level that they're at, but yeah, for sure. You know, round here, it's easy.
Although, did you see the size of Vasilevsky in that picture with Carey Price?
Yeah, that was going around.
He looked like he was wearing like a tack dog gear.
Yeah. People are questioning whether the legality of that chest pad there.
But, yeah, I mean,
Niittymaki for the Flyers was a Finnish product.
Finnish, yeah, he was
another promising Finnish goalie.
Yeah, but that's like I'm saying. It comes in waves. It was the Finnish goaltenders in the 2000s. I mean, the 80s into the 90s had that Canadian and then American thing, you know, wave. Then that was when the butterflies started coming out because everybody started copying Patrick Waugh. I mean, so it comes in waves. Waves. U.S. might have, you know, another wave coming with guys like Spencer Knight. I mean, John Gibson's already, you know, here at the NHL level is one of the best goalies in the NHL, and his name is actually coming up in trade rumors, by the way, as well. We'll talk about that a little more later.
Yes, we will when we get to the rumor segment right before the Q&A that we're going to be doing. Yeah. By the way, and it's kind of funny with me because you were mentioning that it comes in waves, but the American goalies, it always seems to be it's like one dominant American goalie all throughout. Like, and then like another one just takes the torch eventually. Like from Miller, it became Quick. From Quick, it's now Hellebuck.
And don't forget in 2006 in Torino, there's DiPietro, but then John Graham and some other really bad goalie was the backup. That year was a little thin.
Yeah, they were thin that year because they were waiting for that 2003 crop to get up there. Yeah. So the American Wave and the aughts, we had that one too.
Yeah.
All right. So moving on to the team that Tampa Bay beat in the finals, the Montreal Canadiens will miss the playoffs next season. John?
I'm going to say this is a beer, but I might lean towards a round because they're going to go back to the division that they were in, and that's a tough division. You're going to get Tampa Bay back. You're going to get Boston back. Buffalo sure is going to be in there, but there are going to be a lot of teams that are going to give Montreal a lot of problems. So, and Montreal, you're going to lose some guys. You're going to lose Tomas Tatar. I guess you're going to have Jonathan Drouin back, but Corey Perry, I believe, is an unrestricted free agent.
Mm-hmm.
I think he is.
Eric Stahl.
You're going to lose a lot of those guys from that team. You're going to lose a lot of depth pieces. And, Shea Weber, is he going to be able to continue to turn back the clock? Carey Price was kind of mediocre during the regular season and really turned it up in the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. So are you going to get that from Carey Price again? I don't think you are. He's getting older. He's another year older. So I think you're going to see a reduction in Carey Price's performance. I just think there are a lot of odds that could go wrong as opposed to ones that could go right. So I'm going to say a beer here, but I lean towards round. So
Anthony.
So Filk, I'm actually going round, and it's crazy to think about saying the team that made the Stanley Cup playoffs is not even going to make the playoffs make the Stanley Cup finals, not even going to make the playoffs the following year. But it's round for me. Tampa Bay, Boston, Toronto are probably going to be the top 3 in that division. And then you have to consider Florida came on really strong last year. You got to consider Florida for a playoff spot. So is Montreal be better than any of those teams? No. Tampa Bay, no. Despite them losing some players, they're still going to be up there. Toronto, as much as I think they're paper tigers and they're a mess during the regular season, they have enough talent to coast through the regular season. Matthews, Marner, Tavares, Nylander, they're too top heavy to completely miss the playoffs, barring an epic collapse. So, they're going to be there. So how could you say, realistically, how could you say they will make the playoffs? As a wild card, look at the Metro. The Metro itself has their issues with how many good teams are in it. So yeah, this is a round for me. However, I'll throw out a little bit, if you want to call it a little bit of a hot take. If the Canadiens were going to make the playoffs, I'll say it will be at the expense of the Boston Bruins. But I still don't think that's going to happen. But that would be my guess. And the reason why I say the Bruins is Rask is getting older. Who knows how much his head's really still into playing the game. And then the perfection line. They're the perfection line, but how much longer can they go with relying on one line to carry them through?
Here's the other thing with Boston that you didn't even mention. Who's their second line center?
Yeah, Krejci's an unrestricted free agent.
Free agent, and I don't see where. They could upgrade. Maybe could they go trade for someone like Sean Monahan? Monahan would be fit there.
Yep.
He wouldn't have to be the guy. He could be behind Patrice Bergeron, and then he could eventually take over that role when Bergeron really starts to decline. Mm-hmm. But who's their center? And there's problems with Jake DeBrusk. Mm-hmm. He's got to bounce back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he's in danger of really going south career-wise. Yeah. So I don't think it's a big hot take, but they do have some things to address, Boston.
I'm picking up everybody's bar tabs on this, and I'll be very clear about this because there is 0 chance. Maybe. You know what? Let's give it a 0.01 because you're telling me they're going to be better than Boston, Toronto, and Tampa Bay, so they're going to make the top 3.
And Florida.
So they're going to with those 4 this season. And Yes, the Bruins are about to fall apart because the top two centers are 35 years old. I agree about that. Ziga will answer that question later. But the other one is that then look at the Met. So fine, Anthony said it, and he took my point. Damn you, Anthony. But it was then look at the Metro. The Metro's got the Rangers, the Capitals, the Penguins, the Islanders. The who knows? Maybe the Flyers figure out what to do. Maybe Carter Hart has any confidence left in him
Did
to
they get
rebuild
set
his life. Yeah, I mean, it's just come on. They're going to be better than one of those teams? Absolutely not. And then they got free agency holes. Is Dominic Ducharme a good coach? We still don't know.
He got extended today. You see that? He's the official head coach now.
Yeah, well, I mean, you take your team to the Stanley Cup Finals, you're going to be extended.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, it's just no, absolutely no way. And of course, we always like this endorsement. We got one more, and then we're going to do some honest press conferences. And of course, it's this one's a Mark special because he's got to word it sort of like an asshole. But Aaron Rodgers will play more games for the Packers than Jack Eichel will for the Sabres this fall. Anthony.
I got to go round because I think Eichel is going to be traded in a week or so.
Yeah,
so,
I was about to say, you had to think about that?
Yeah. Well, because the Aaron Rodgers aspect of it. Who knows what's really going on?
If they tie at 0, I guess that's
the aspect. Right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, around Eichel will probably be, as you heard Dave say, maybe around the 22nd, 23rd, or maybe even on the draft day, because the Sabres probably want that first-round pick from whatever team to use. Round. I just, and this is coming from someone who's also saw the other side of it and said, oh, well, if the Sabres don't get a deal they like now, simply hold on to him, hope he comes back after whatever procedure he does, plays well, and then at the deadline you trade him. But I think they want to get him out sooner than later just so they could wipe their hands clean and, move forward. So round, I think Eichel will be gone by the time the draft takes place on the 24th.
And you know what, Filk, I guess I'll go first. I'm gonna buy everybody around, but I will say this is proof that you can reconcile even the worst of circumstances, because after all, I think Rodgers ends up going back. I don't think as much as I said I think Eichel should go back, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think he will be traded, especially after hearing it from Dave Pagnotta. That's why we all look so dapper right now. And I got to go with that. So, yeah. All right, John.
Shots. Everybody! Yeah, we're buying shots here for everybody because both these guys are getting traded. Both of them. They're both traded.
Okay.
I called it. I called it before the end of the season. I said Jack Eichel was going to be traded. I said he was going to be traded to the Rangers. I'm sticking to it. I think he ends up a Ranger. I think Aaron Rodgers is gone as well. So neither of those guys are going to play a damn game for either of those teams. And like I told you, you can't go back with this. This is the biggest controversy we've seen for a player in regards to his medical records since Eric Lindros in 2000, 2001. You can't bring him back. The bridge is burned. If you bring him back, you risk injury. It's a distraction. It throws everything off. The media will be down everyone's throats asking about Eichel, asking about the injury, asking about everything. It's just too much. Move on. Kevyn Adams is going to have to lower his price and take the best deal that he has available. Every GM knows it. So Jack Eichel's not playing another game for the Sabres. Aaron Rodgers is not playing another game for the Packers. We're all having shots. This might be some vodka in here. That's why I went off camera a couple times. Dave. Sorry, Dave, but I'm a little bit of an alcoholic. No, I'm not kidding. But
well, without alcohol, they're totally screwed in life. But we want to know what you guys think. Obviously, put it all down in the comments below. Is Vladimir Tarasenko New York bound? Is Jack Eichel New York bound? Who's going to play more games, Rodgers or Eichel, for their current teams? Tampa 3-peat. Montreal will miss the playoffs next year. Again, put all the comments. And don't forget to like, share, and then also, what's that other thing? Oh, yeah, subscribe. We're going to do some honest press conferences, and I also got a great comment from Sean that I got to share with you guys about this.
Connor, just can you give me your sense of kind of where the group is at?
Once again, my teammates come up short.
You know, that's easily what he's thinking. And he's just like, oh, God.
Of course, why do you think I said that?
I know, but it's just, you just see it, the look on his face when it comes.
The look on his face says, I'm quoting.
Oh, I didn't know about this. By the way, first, Sean said, I think Kucherov already handled the honest press conference for you guys. Yeah, you know what? He really did. That's probably the honest press conference we're ever going to see. And I didn't know about this right now, but yeah, there's 4 dislikes already. We had a dislike before we even started today. So I guess
it's hard.
Yeah, I mean, probably from my family. I don't know. Smash that like.
Yeah, maybe
Smash that like. All right. So these are our honest press conferences where we take on the role of someone, and it could be a player, could be an executive. We actually got 3 executives this week, and we say what they really want to say. And of course, we have to do the headliner based on Mr. John Vilkowski as Julien Brisebois.
Well, we just won our second Stanley Cup back-to-back. I'm totally in cloud nine right now. I'm really kind of at a loss for words there. I got to thank Steve Yzerman for really teaching me the ropes, teaching me how to, swindle, manage a cap, doing a couple of other things amongst that. But we did it again. We're the champs. Champa Bay is back on top. And we are not going anywhere, despite what all of you peons think. We're not losing anybody. And you know what? I'll handle this. I've got it under control. You think I'm moving Steven Stamkos? You think I'm moving Anthony Cirelli? You think I'm going to lose Barclay Goodrow or Blake Coleman or Yanni Gord? Yeah, I'll let you have fun with it. Try me. Let's see what you got. I'll take some questions and I'll have fun with this. Let's go.
All right, Julien, what do you say to your critics that said you circumvented the salary cap and was over by $18 million?
I'll channel my inner best player on my team, a.k.a. Nikita Kucherov, and just tell you to go shove a stick up your ass. Because, I mean, really, we did what was within the rules. The NHL looked into it. It was in the rules. Funny, the last I checked, I don't remember seeing the backlash about this when Chicago did the same thing in 2015 with Marian Hossa. They beat our Tampa Bay Lightning, but nobody was complaining about that then, huh? Nah, huh? Where are all the haters from back then? Where is that energy? Bring me that energy. Bring it to me. Because I want to know where it was. Because you want to know where it was? It was nowhere to be found. Nowhere. And you know what? Complain about it. Cry. Weep. Oh, let me get the world's smallest violin and play the world's saddest song for you on it. Because no rules were broken. And you know what? To quote Vince McMahon and his theme song, you guys had no chance in hell of beating us.
Julien, it was obvious that the Canadiens didn't really match up well against you guys. You had a relatively easy time in that series. There were some that said the real Stanley Cup final was the matchup in the prior round against the Islanders. They were the first team to have you guys facing elimination in 2 years. They really pushed you to the limit. Did you get at any point in that series were you guys thinking to yourself, wow, we really might not have a chance to go back-to-back here going into that Game 7?
What type of drugs do you people take before you ask these questions? Seriously. What kind of question is that? You really thought that we were going to lose that series? You had what's his name? Scott Mayfield, that scrub, went and cross-checked our best player in the side, tried to break his ribs. And we still came out on top and won that series. I mean, sure, we got to Game 7, but we didn't think we were ever going to lose that series. If you go into a series thinking that you're going to lose that series, or you're really worried about losing, chances are you're probably going to lose the series. So, yeah, you could say I guess the real Stanley Cup Finals was probably the conference finals or the semifinals, whatever they're called this year because of the wacky configuration. But no, we didn't think we were going to lose to the Fish Sticks. What kind of garbage is that?
Oh. Well, we have a question about a merchandising opportunity for you. Sean asked, Julien, are you going to start selling the shirt Kucherov was wearing during the presser?
Yeah, I think we should. I think that's a moneymaker. I think Nikita Kucherov would be a great villain in WWE because he embraced it. I mean, I don't care how many beers deep he was. He's got to do a little bit of better than Bud Light, though, Nikita. Like, I mean, what Absolute, Stoli, something. No, why Bud Light? I guess, yeah, maybe we can run it into a sponsorship thing with Bud Light, so I probably shouldn't be trashing them the way that I am right now, but it's really not that good of a beer. So yeah, Nikita is great for us. He's a godsend because he's super talented, probably the best player in the league right now. I don't care what anybody says about that Connor McLoser guy in Edmonton who watches hockey in Siberia anyway. But yeah, Nikita is a moneymaker. And WWE, Vince McMahon, if you're watching, we're open to a partnership. We'll have Nikita come on and we'll have him just harass the shit out of your crowds and rile them up. And you can make cha-ching with my Russian moneymaker. Yeah.
All right, Anthony, you might want to sign him out of here.
All right, Julien, thanks for joining us, and you're a terrible GM. See you later.
Go screw yourself, asshole.
All right, that was John Volkowski as Julien Brisebois, and I definitely thought there was going to be a "you suck," but don't worry, I know that one's coming soon. But we also got the Seattle Kraken making the expansion draft coming this week. We'll also be having our own Seattle expansion draft next Tuesday when we broadcast. But did we lose Filk? You still there? Or you just lost the camera for a minute? All right, we'll just take 5 seconds. Go through some of the comments too. Yeah, they knew they were heading back to the playoffs, and yeah, it's a little bit ballsy, but
which honestly, I think the league may, because I've heard it mentioned, the league may do something where in that situation, like Kucherov's, if you, let's say, at least didn't play in like 5 games during the regular season, you're not eligible to play. You're not eligible to play in the playoffs. I think that's what they very well might make after all.
That's got to be addressed with the CBA when they open it up the next time. By the way, Chris, welcome back again. We're getting closer to Q&A time. Don't worry, everybody. Hang on in there. We still got our press conferences, but we also got to get this press conference. Seattle coming into the league next week, or officially, actually, they're in the league right now. But Anthony is going to be Seattle GM Ron Francis.
So all eyes on me coming up the next couple of days here on the 17th, where I get to see all the teams' protected lists, and me and my team could really get to work on who we're going to select from every team. And I got to tell you, being a GM of a brand new team, it's a clean slate. And you guys think what Vegas did is impressive? Just wait till you see what Ronnie Francis does with the Seattle Kraken. I'm going to construct a Stanley Cup winning team that actually gets the job done in their first year, unlike the Knights who lost to those Capitals. So, I'm not going to be a sucker, Andrew Ladd. I'm not taking that guy, Brett Howden, the Rangers thinking, oh, well, let's re-sign him. It's another guy eligible, but I'm not taking that clown. He's terrible. So all these teams that want to pawn their bad guys off on me, unless you really make it sweet and throw in like a first round pick or a top prospect, I'm not helping you guys out. All your teams in cap hell, you could sit there and try to pawn off your players on the Arizona Coyotes for all I care, because it's not happening with the Seattle Kraken. You saw how I played in Pittsburgh. I was a champion, and I'm going to be a champion in Seattle. My coach, Dave Hackstall, he couldn't get the job done in Philly, but, I blame that on, a loser like Jake Voracek, who they're going to try to get me to take. No way is that happening. $8.25 million. Guy can kiss my ass. So I'm going to put together a team of winners, high skill, high integrity, skate hard, and, we're going to win the division in our first year. So, ballsy, yeah. But if you guys have any questions for me, I'll take some right now.
Yeah, Ron, just looking at a couple of things with players and protecting certain players or taking players in deals that you were talking about before. Is there anyone in specific that you would target maybe to try to do a little hoodwinkling of?
Yeah, I would like Connor McDavid for the Edmonton Oilers.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to try to acquire him. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to offer my first round pick for the next 5 years. Some fish, they're in Seattle, they got really good seafood. So I'll offer him some, high expensed Alaskan king crab, some sockeye salmon that's popular around the Seattle parts. And then honestly, the kicker that might get it over the edge is, that show on ABC with the doctors, Grey's Anatomy, that's real popular. I'll throw in the whole box set of the whole series. And Ken Holland's a little bit of an idiot there. I think he had a crush on, McDreamy, whoever that guy was in that show. So, hopefully that gets the job done. But that's Patrick Dempsey. I think that's his name. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's who I'm going to get. I'm targeting Connor McDavid for the Edmonton Oilers.
Okay, good luck with that, Ron.
Thanks.
So if you had to select one of 3 choices, you have Jake Voracek, Nick Leddy, or this girl that keeps pressuring me to try to start dating her. Which choice would you actually take as less of a headache than the rest of them?
Well, not Voracek. I hate his hair, and I don't like him. His breath stinks. And Dave Haxtell doesn't like him from Philly. I think he pulled some pranks on Hacks and, antiqued them. If you guys don't know, that's when he throw water in the guy's face and then put flour on them immediately. Batter was all caked in his eyes and stuff. So he doesn't like Voracek. I'm going to go Nick Leddy. He's a smooth skating bastard. When I was in Pittsburgh, I was familiar with a guy, Paul Coffey, who skated really well. I really like guys who skate that fast. So, and he's got a sweet beard. Unlike, Lou Lamoriello in New York, I'm going to allow my players to have facial hair so he can keep it. And he's only signed for 1 more year, so 1 more year really won't affect our cap too much. Reasonable 5.5. So, to answer your question, I'll go with Leds, where I believe, those Islander fans call him.
We got a question coming back in from Sean again. What is your favorite Seattle band? Is it Nirvana, Soundgarden, Pearl Jam, or Alice in Chains?
I'm gonna have to go with Nirvana. I'm a big Kurt Cobain fan, and Smells Like Teen Spirit. I know that was a mainstream one, but that got me hooked on music the minute I heard that song. So definitely Nirvana.
Filk, what would be your answer on that one?
Ooh, I'm gonna have to lean towards Alice in Chains. I'm a big Alice in Chains guy. I love all 4 of these bands, but if I had to rank them, I'd probably go Alice in Chains. I'd probably say I could toss up Nirvana and Soundgarden as 2, and then Pearl Jam would probably be 4 for me. I
have been open about saying this. I grew up liking the other 2, not the big 2, the more popular 2. Alice in Chains and Soundgarden could be either or with me. I'll just say Alice in Chains. But, Black Hole Sun is among one of my favorite songs. And then Pearl Jam, then Nirvana, although I've learned to appreciate Nirvana more as I got older. So, Ron, thank you very much for joining us, and we're going to move on. Good luck next week with the expansion draft.
Thanks, Lou Lamoriello. Ron Francis.
Yeah, and make sure you take Brett Howden, please.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got one more for you guys, and unfortunately he's mine, and it's Kevyn Adams of the Buffalo Sabres. Fuck! Oh my God, I got the worst job in all of sports. Seriously. Was there a gypsy curse on my team? What did Jason Botterill do? He completely just, this is terrible. I can't even think of another team. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Right, keep it together. Keep it together. That's what my friends are texting me right now. You gotta be strong because otherwise, okay, all right. So, well, Eichel wants out. Sam Reinhart wants out. The equipment manager wants out. We don't even have a catering company anymore. I mean, come on. I mean, doesn't anybody want to be a Buffalo Sabre? Please, anybody? I mean, first overall pick, Owen Power, maybe. I mean, we got him. That guy's like 9 feet tall. He's going to be the next Chris Pronger, I think. I mean, there's always Eklund. You could always get him too. Can somebody please just give me a package that I can turn back to my fans and go, there's something I could do. I mean, I don't want to end up with Brett Howden and Colin Blackwell and 4 players to be named later. They don't even have names now. So, I mean, okay, try to keep it together. Just a week left before the draft. We're going to be fine. My star player needs neck surgery, and we don't want him to have it. But, I mean, I don't know. They told me that I got one of 31 jobs, and as long as I got one of those, it's always a good thing. I really hope after this somebody hires me because I'm definitely getting fired. It might be 1 or 2 years. I mean, but then again, the Ottawa GM, he got fleeced a couple of years ago, and now look who's the one that said he did the fleecing. So I'm going to hold my breath and just hold on. What are we? Serenity now. Okay, I will take some questions.
Yeah, Kevin, looks like they're saying your asking prices on Jack Eichel are a little high. Do you do any type of recreational drugs on the side, or are you like heavily medicated, or are your asking prices going to come back down to earth so this way you could actually facilitate a trade? Because obviously your best player wants nothing to do with your team, and you kind of burned your bridge with him by saying you only want players that want to be here.
Yeah, well, I only want players that want to be here, and that statement does not make me nervous at all. That I just want to make sure that I'm sending the message to the organizations that we are going to be serious. We want to rebuild. We weren't even done with our last rebuild, and we're already rebuilding again. So it's sort of like everybody wants out, and as we got right here, the fan base wants out. So it's just I want somebody to. I'm hoping there's going to be a way to fix this. Don Granato seems to be a very good hire for us. After all, he's the brother of Tony and Cammy, so it's good. But you know what? I got to ask for the moon, because if I come back and I give him a bag of pucks for Jack Eichel, the fan base will never let me have buffalo wings ever again. And I love buffalo wings. And they'll hate me more than they do Andrew Cuomo, and that is a lot. So I'll take the next question.
So Kevin, I know there's a lot of focus on right now about Jack Eichel and also Sam Reinhart to an extent. But what are you thinking about Jeff Skinner and that heinous contract that he got? Why? And, are you concerned that that contract is just going to bog you down even more in the future? Because let's face it, he's terrible. For a guy making $9 million, he's real bad. I would go to say that that's the worst contract in hockey right now. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, all I have to say about that, and if I can finally get snarky about something, just ask Sergei Bobrovsky about his contract. So the one thing I can say is that we're expecting Jeff Skinner to bounce back next year and have a solid. They told me to take one of 31 jobs, and I end up with this one. Oh my God. Why? I mean, nothing in life is working. And I even got some fake tears going on right now. I mean, I can't. Oh, all right. Don't worry. We're going to be announcing the number 1 pick right after we trade our franchise center. So it's okay. Well, Jeff Skinner is a good contract. He's going to be. Don't worry. We could probably move him in 4 years and retain all of his salary. I'm not sure if that's possible to do under the CBA, but we might do that. I mean, we have other exciting prospects like
Dylan
Case Thompson's good. In case of Middlestat came around.
Dylan Cousins.
Dylan Cousins. Oh, Dylan Cousins. Yeah. Oh, thank God. Yes. And then there was the kid that we drafted last year. I'm actually just kind of forgetting what his name is because I thought, whatever. No, but there's a bright future here in Buffalo. Everybody should come down.
Well, Kevin,
yeah,
I'm gonna put you out of your misery here and tell you, thanks for your time. Go take some Adderall or some antidepressants, and just don't kill yourself.
This is vodka, by the way. This was vodka, all of it.
We hope the best for you, Kevin. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm gonna need it. All right, so that was our honest press conferences on what we wish they could say. Lower your price, your goof. Yes, he definitely needs to lower the price. You can have Chris Kreider straight up. For who were we talking about with that one, John?
Yeah.
You know what? I would actually take a flyer on Sam Reinhart if the asking price is down. Yes, the fan base wants out. That is way too accurate. At least Andrew Cuomo fantasizing about grabs. He tried that grab. And all right, and thank you very much. That one actually just the funny part about this is we improv all this. So
this is not
improv classes. That's a different story.
No, none of this is scripted. This is us just flying off the handle and just saying the most wacky, honest type of shit we can say. So.
We always want to go over broke on that one.
Yeah.
Again, so what do you guys think? Is Kevyn Adams on suicide watch right now? Is Julien Brisebois so full of himself he doesn't want to punch him in the face? And is Ron Francis probably holding the best cards out of any GM right now? Put it all in the comments.
I would have asked, is Ron Francis really Lou Lamoriello in a disguise?
Yeah, well, we did hear from Lou. He'll put the horse's head in your bed. Okay, but we're going to do. This was amazing, but nothing topped the Jack Eichel presser so far. I think all the year, we should see counseling. All right, whose editorial wants to go first?
I'll go.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my Filkin Opinion.
You're going nowhere. Then there's no. I'm looking at you, Jim. I'm going to hear the name and I'm going to get PTSD.
But the cream will rise to the top for you.
Now with the Stanley Cup Finals done, we have finally reached the end of the NBC era. And as someone who has went from about 20 years old to 35, going on 36, I spent the large portion of my so far adult years, or the vast majority of them, I should say, in the NBC era. And it wasn't the greatest coverage, but it wasn't the worst. And it came in at a time in which the NHL needed something. It needed some sort of good coverage. And you know what? At first, it was very shaky, but it evolved into something decent. It wasn't terrible. And Doc Emmerich was a big reason as to why it wasn't terrible, because it could have been far worse. And yes, Outdoor Life Network is where it started from. I distinctly remember calling up Optimum, or Cablevision at the time before it was really called Optimum, and was scrambling to try to get OLN Network, and got OLN, Outdoor Life Network, on the very first night of the regular season, just in time to see Jason Strudwick score the very first goal of the salary cap era for the New York Rangers against the Philadelphia Flyers. Jaromir Jagr would start the very first night of his Rangers dominance in that game with 2 power play goals against the Philadelphia Flyers. Marcel Hossa would add one. that the Yager and Friends line was fun to watch, but I don't want to get too far off into the Rangers. But NBC's coverage, from what it started from to what it became and the evolution of it, it actually came into something good. We started getting analysts involved like Anson Carter and Keith Jones. And you know what? You say what you want about Mike Milbury. He added some personality. I'm not really the biggest fan of him. But, Jeremy Roenick was good for them before everything happened with him. And I personally, I liked NBC's coverage, but I'm glad we're going to ESPN. But there's a lot of memories that we had. And as Ranger fans, you witnessed the rebirth of a team, of a franchise under, the NBC banner. I mean, this team was a competitor for nearly the entirety of the NBC era. So, I mean, you had the great calls like the Derek Stepan goal and Doc Emmerich's amazing call on that. I mean, the Henrik Lundqvist save against Montreal in Game 6. I mean, I was there for that. I know Mark was there for that as well. Game 4, Marty St. Louis overtime winner. The Rangers run to the Eastern Conference Finals in 2012. I mean, so many very, very good to great moments happened under the NBC banner for the New York Rangers. And I know a lot of teams have, Pittsburgh Penguins fans have, a lot of good memories. LA Kings fans, Chicago Blackhawks fans. I mean, I think all across the board, there's a lot of good memories to be had during this time. But I'm definitely looking forward to hearing that ESPN National Hockey Night theme again, because if that doesn't give you goosebumps, heading into hockey season, I think you might not have a pulse. I think you might want to go check yourself into a hospital if you can, because you might be dead otherwise. And yeah, I loved what I saw from NBC during their final years. It was definitely a work in progress. They got to be a good product after a while. There's going to be some names that are going to be coming over to ESPN. And I think there's a lot of good to be had to take away from this era. But all looking forward to the new ESPN era and TNT and some of the guys that they have forward there, like Wayne Gretzky and Mark Messier, that are involved in their coverage on their respective channels. So, guys, I know that you guys probably have some good memories of the NBC era yourself. Anthony, I know you saw the Islanders come back to be a competitor as well. Mark, you're right with me in the Ranger train. Your thoughts?
Well, first, let me give you this one from Chris, because I know you want to hear this. It's unfortunate that ESPN didn't rehire Gary Thorne. And again, speaking about your favorites on that one.
Yeah, definitely.
I can think about there's a lot. I actually thought NBC had pretty good coverage, especially when they put all the NHL playoff games on all the different networks. That was fantastic. Fans didn't have to scramble. We didn't have to look around. It wasn't like 1990 all over again going, oh, I wonder what's happening here. What's happening here? Later that year, you were talking about the first season. That was Jaromir Jagr scored the goal that broke Graves' record for most goals in a season. He did it against Boston Bruins.
Yeah.
That was late in the season. There were so many great games on NBC. Brad Richards' goal always comes to mind as well, because that was with 6.6 seconds left to go. That's sort of different with our 7.7 with Zelapukin and Drury. But there's a lot of great stuff that came from it. All the coverage of Mike Emrick, who really just brought the game to life. And the great thing is I'm one that actually probably remembers 3 different networks that were covering the NHL when it was ABC/ESPN, Fox coming in. And Fox started out unique. And then the last year, they basically just didn't care. They knew that it was going to ESPN. And then going over to NBC, and NBC I thought did a great job. They gave it their all. They did a lot of extra content for the games, and now it's gone. And now ESPN, I hope they're going to be good, but I hope TNT is going to be what Fox was back then. I hope they're going to bring it. There's a lot more fun. Anthony?
Yeah, the last year ESPN had the NHL was 03-04. That finals, Calgary and Tampa Bay was last year. They telecasted hockey, and then there was the black eye of hockey. The next season was just totally locked out, and that hurt the sport. So you know what? OLN took on hockey. And eventually turned into Versus, and then Versus got bought by NBC Sports. And NBC Sports did right by the NHL. They did a good job. I think they really helped bring, finally recover from that whole year they missed. They're prevalent. They showed those Saturday, Sunday afternoon games on primetime NBC. So I thought they did a really good job of hockey. They had some good personalities in there. Like Jeremy Roenick was there for a while, Milbury. Catherine Tappan, I thought, did a really good job on NBC Sports as kind of like host alongside Liam McHugh. I thought they were good, well spoken. Their presentation, all those winter classics every New Year's Day, and their telecast of playoff hockey. In the first round, you literally could watch every single game on their family networks. You could turn on CNBC and watch a game. You could turn on, USA, watch a game. And so they did a really good job bringing hockey to the fans. And, end of an era, like John said. But now I'm excited to get back to ESPN because ESPN is still the #1 sports network in the country. So hopefully this should be good for the viewership and really put hockey back on the map. But yeah, I thought they did a fabulous job. They could have been in a real bad spot coming out of that lockout, and they got through it, and that's large thanks to NBC Sports and stuff. So, sad to see him go, but I'm happy for ESPN to get started, and that soon. The ESPN2 is telecasting the expansion draft, so I'm excited to see their format and their layout and their presentation. It's an exciting time.
I just got to address this comment from Dave and then say it's, you know what? Alex Martinez earned that. I hate it. That was a great call by Emmerich. I wish it didn't happen. I wish I could burn it from my memory, but I'll give him credit on that. I'd rather hear that than in the 2015 World Series. The Royals were 90 feet away from tying the game. Like, oh, shut the hell up, Joe Buck. And I even like Joe Buck, but sometimes those things. But yes, Barry Melrose coming back is going to be great. John, back to you.
Yeah, it's just it's kind of surreal that this is ending because you think about it. The last 16 years of our lives were spent watching their coverage, and it's like I said, it's a big part of our adulthood. Anthony and I are separated by 6 months. Mark, your few years on us, but you got to think of it though. It's the majority of your adulthood that's taken up by their coverage, and there are a lot of good memories from it. But you know what? I'm definitely looking forward to hearing that. But like the comment said before, Gary Thorne. You need Gary Thorne there. They have to have him in some sort of way.
Yeah, or Bill Clement sometimes. Again, and it's nothing against Steve Levy or some of the other play-by-play guys that they got, but I mean,
you're not going to have obviously your John Saunders and your Dave Straters, who were two of the most underrated personalities on ESPN hockey telecasts. I think they were key guys. Steve Levy is very good, but John Saunders was great. Rest his soul, and the same for Dave Strater. I know both of them are still missed by so many people in the hockey world, myself included. So, I mean, bringing back Gary Thorne would have been so key for them. I'm happy that Ray Ferraro, John Butchergross, and Barry Melrose, the NHL Tonight crew, are going to be there. I hope NHL Tonight comes back because that would be clutch for them.
Yeah, I mean, Butchergross alone is, and him and Linda Cohen are going to be they're worth their price of admission. So
they are treasures.
So, what do you think about your memories of the NBC era with hockey? I mean, they really kind of gave it their all, by the way, because that was all they had. And they didn't have any baseball. They didn't have any basketball. So wait. As we got this, but wait. Thorne over Doc?
For my favorites, Yes. For actual, well, let me tell you right now, Doc was a Flyers guy before he was a Devils guy. So,
Yeah. He actually called the playoff goal that Hextall scored.
Yeah. So, but in terms of an actual analyst and play-by-play guy, there's nobody that's been better at it than Doc Emmerich. But Gary Thorne's just always going to have just a special place for me because I grew up on Gary Thorne's calls.
Yeah. That's a great question. Is who's doing the draft? Does anybody know?
I think the expansion draft.
Yeah. No, the NHL draft.
I think ESPN or NHL.
ESPN might be doing it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know they're doing. I definitely know they're broadcasting the expansion draft. I'm not sure about the entry draft.
Yeah, I gotta take. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think NHL Tonight will be. I don't think that has anything to do with it, really.
No, I think they don't even do like NBA Tonight, or I haven't seen baseball tonight in years. So they kind of just stopped doing that as soon as all these other things. Anthony, really quick before I do the sign off again, Emmerich or Thorne?
Doc.
Yeah, I got to go Doc too. And I had the pleasure of having Gary Thorne do Mets games too. So, so what do you guys think? What was your favorite memories from the NBC era? I know what, if you're a Ranger fan, what was your least favorite memory from the NBC era? Jesus Christ, we have two of them. We really do, because it's that and Henrique.
Yep.
It's still, and again, I think I can accept the Martinez goal more than the Henrique goal.
Yeah, because they got to the finals and it wasn't against a team like the Devils, who were a longtime rival.
Yeah. And on top of it, also that same kind of thing that Anthony's feeling right now. Oh, we would have beat LA was what I was thinking. But, you know, just like Anthony, I would be wrong. So, Anthony, so by the way, what's your thoughts on the end of the NBC era? We're cutting it right there. That's my third sign off on that one. Anthony, do you want to go first on yours, or?
Yeah, I'll go.
Oh, by the way, we also got ESPN Plus will have those kind of shows. Yes, that's true. Yandel step on, drive by Girardi, save, rebound, score. It's Gary Thorne for life. All right, everybody, it's time. Welcome to the Rock.
They just do what they always do.
Why is he putting Leo Komarov on the first line? Like,
welcome to the Rock.
So, a lot of hockey fans, the off season is the favorite part of the year because all player movement and it is excitement when there's trades and big signings, which leads me to the point of I think the NHL really should have done a lot of teams of service and included an amnesty buyout for this year, because everything they've gone through with the pandemic and the flat cap, I think allowing that would have allowed for more action league wide with players moving. And in the end, that's better for the league in terms of, excitement and eyes on the news going on during the summertime. Because an amnesty buyout, if you think about it, it would help so many teams in a cap bind. The Rangers could use one on Trouba or Kreider. The Islanders can get rid of Ladd. The Wild bought out Suter and Parise today, but they're going to have to pay for that. Could you imagine if they were able to amnesty buy them out and they're gone? They don't count against the cap. 2 years from now, both those full salaries hit their cap. So while they're saving money for this season on both of them, in 2 more years, they're going to be in a bad spot for those 2 years, paying both those players their full amount for those 2 seasons. So, every team has players like that they would gladly have liked that to happen, but they can't. And I think by allowing the league allowing that for that to happen, an amnesty buyout, it would have been good for the league. I know the PA probably wouldn't like it because now you have guys who are out of a job, and due to the flat cap, they may struggle finding homes. But at the end of the day, it would open up so much cap space, and teams would be able to trade and more easily without having to, salary retention and, this and that. So I think that could have really been a good thing for the league if they would have included it. I see why they didn't. But again, I think it would have been only a good thing for the league. And we saw it in the past after, I think, the lockout or the shortened season 12-13. At some point they allowed compliance buyouts. Each team got one, but in my opinion, they should have had it again this offseason. I think it would have been good. And because think about it, they're saying that the cap may be flat for another 2 years after this, even despite the world being better. So it's unfortunate that there are so many teams that are going to have their hands tied because they have players that they can't move, and a buyout really saves them nothing. So I think it would have only been a good move for the league. So I'm curious to see what your thoughts are on it.
John, actually, let's go with you first.
Yeah, I was calling for this a while back, and I'm with Anthony on it. I don't understand why they didn't do it. I really don't. It doesn't make any sense to me. You put a lot of teams in binds that weren't created by their own faults. Because think about it this way: if COVID never happened, we're looking at a normal cap situation, cap still going up like it was trending. None of these teams are looking at any of these contracts as a problem. I mean, sure, maybe some teams still get themselves in cap trouble, like Toronto, Colorado, maybe a little bit because they were trying to, go for the gold and go for it all. But you're not looking at as many teams having as many problems, and not only that, but it screws the players more than anything, because these players now it screws the free agents to be. Those players, it kind of reminds me of the situation with baseball about how they have that pick that gets taken away from you if you go sign a free agent if they get qualified. I mean, something like this, it needed to change to help everything out, and it didn't. I don't get it. I really, if it was any other situation other than a pandemic, I can understand why they would say no, but the pandemic is something that's completely out of everyone's hands. And what exactly are you doing by punishing every team? Don't you want your teams to be able to make moves to get better? I don't understand it. You want a better product on the ice, but yet you're going to restrict teams from doing that. You're going to, if the cap wasn't staying flat, which I understand why it is, but if the cap wasn't staying flat, then I understand it. But the cap's staying flat. So now you're putting more teams at a disadvantage. You're putting more players on the free agent market at a disadvantage. I mean, I can't imagine the union would be happy about this. I know some of their players would probably get bought out, but these are players that probably would have gotten bought out anyway. So what exactly is the difference there? So I don't know. I don't like it. I think they should have thought this through a little more than they did, because they came to the decision on this really early, which is kind of shocked me that there were going to be no compliance buyouts in this situation. So I'm not a fan.
I can understand it a little bit. They kind of want the contracts to be honored right now.
You get bought out, you're getting paid still. It's not like these guys say contracts to be honored.
But in the case of, say, the Jacob Trouba contract, if the Rangers would have bought him out, then they could bring in somebody less. I'm trying to make some sense out of this right now. I didn't even think about this until right now, and the truth is, because I haven't had to. That's what the great part about this is the Rangers haven't had a guy they didn't buy out in a heartbeat. The last time they were in this situation was 2014 when they bought out Brad Richards right away. And then it was Wade Redden before that. And they've had their buyouts, and they've been all standard buyouts that go against the cap. You know what? The more I'm thinking about this with you, yeah, you're right. Now, granted, it would have been more helpful in your situation because you would have gotten rid of Andrew Ladd, I'm assuming. Yeah, you guys would have gotten rid of Andrew Ladd, or bought out Nick Leddy, moved Andrew Ladd to LTIR. How he's not on LTIR for a guy that's played like almost 5 more games than I have in the NHL over the last 2 years. It's just that doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, so, I gotta say that they kind of screwed themselves up on this one. So, yeah, good job with that. Anthony, any last words?
I mean, let's face it, fans like when there are big trades, and if teams had more cap space to be able to trade more freely without having to worry about retention and, their next move, if they acquired a guy, then they can't do this. It would allow for a more freewheeling offseason, and that's good. That's good for the league. It's good for the fans, and it adds excitement and, intrigue to what's going on when there's a busy offseason. So it would have helped in that regard for sure.
Well, we want to know what you think about that. Put it all down in the comments below. Hit the like button for us. You can just tap it. You don't have to smash it. It'll be nice if you smash it, but don't hurt your phone or your iPad or tablet. Okay, we're gonna move on to our final editorial. It's on the mark. This prediction that's right up here.
Being single most of my life.
Or just yell at Larry Brooks like every other New York Ranger. All right. And of course, you think it's Christmas, but it's the most wonderful time of the year. I actually thought Anthony was going to steal this from me for a minute, and I immediately pounded my dad during his until he said amnesty buyouts, and I went, thank God. All right. But you know what? The great part about this is it's a turnover into the next season. It starts with the NHL draft. We get to, and actually it's going to even have an extra draft in front of it because we got the expansion draft before this year. 32 teams in the NFL. Oh, what podcast am I on? 32 teams in the NHL this season actually matches the NFL with the number. And Seattle, welcome to the league. Ron Francis, you were a great player. Good GM. I mean, I don't know about great GM yet. I'd have to ask my friend Pete Mackin, who's a Carolina Hurricanes fan, about that one. But this is where the great part comes in because it's turning over your roster. It's seeing all these different changes that are going to be happening. The Rangers are always active on what's typically July 1st free agency frenzy, but it's going to be July 28th this year. We will have exclusive coverage on that. Not really exclusive. There's going to be 9,000 different streams. We'd prefer if you watch us. Anyway. There's going to be trades. There's going to be just so much chaos this year because the trade market is actually bigger than the free agent market. There was 25 different players that were on a list yesterday, and they're not even including some guys that are good names and big names. But there's going to be a lot of activity, and I can't wait to see everything, starting with the draft next Friday night. And actually, and again, I keep on forgetting the expansion draft is going to have plenty of trades too. This is Anthony and I were always texting. And matter of fact, there were 96 texts when I was on the elliptical machine alone yesterday at the gym. Finally got back to the gym. That's also a good thing too. And just like some of my other group chats where you're going, where the hell am I now? All right, no, but So these guys are always digging up information, and that's why we're going to work on more content to put on this channel for it. But obviously, join us for Free Agency Frenzy when we're going to be live coveraging that or live streaming that. So, but this is such a great time because this is where the optimism comes in. This is where no team can make a bad decision, well, except what Ken Holland made yesterday, because I still... How did you not retain salary? But it's this is where everything begins anew. And the only other time you feel this positive is in the preseason watching your team. So, boys, on the off season's most wonderful time.
Yeah, I think Phil and I share the same sentiment. NHL transactions, trades, and free agency has always been fun for us. I know there were a couple of years there where Phil would come over my house on trade deadline day and we'd watch the coverage on TSN, and it's stuff like that for hockey nerds. It's fun when there's rumors and big trades and such. So you're absolutely right. This is the time of year where you get it all. You get teams making trades around the draft, prepare for next season. Even on free agency day, there's sometimes trades that aside from the signings that happen. So, I love it. Even though July 1st, years past hasn't really been kind to Islander fans. First you had July 1st, 2018, you had Tavares leaving, and then July 1st, 2019, you had the Panarin tease. So, but in general speaking, it's a fun day. See which players land where, and then obviously the draft, which Filk and I had the opportunity to cover, was it 3 years ago now. See all the action that's surrounded that. Teams select their building blocks for the future. There's trade talks leading up to free agency. You hit the nail on the head, Mark. It's a fun time. And this year has the potential to be different with Seattle coming to the league. There's going to be more movement there. So that's side deals you might see as well. So, it's fun. I can't wait to see the protection list published on the 17th. As we get going here, it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate that you were singing "It's the most wonderful time of the year." Yeah, because 3 words really kind of describe it for me. It's Christmas in July.
Yeah,
that's basically what it is. It's Christmas in July. It has been for a long time for myself and Anthony. Anthony and I are always in contact around these times. I mean, you see it with the group chat. That thing's going to blow up once everything starts to hit. I think this draft weekend has the ability to be probably the busiest. And I actually wanted to bring this up to Dave when Dave was on before with us. But I think this draft weekend has the ability to be one of the busiest draft weekends ever because of what's going on with Seattle. The trades that are going to be made, free agency, Jack Eichel, Seth Jones. I mean, I think we can see a lot of names fly around this draft weekend. So, I'm like a kid in a candy store. You're probably going to see me start like looking like I'm going like Cornholio and Beavis and Butthead. I'm going to start getting into that type of territory.
Well, I'm curious to see if there's going to be any more trades before the freeze. Like Dave said, the trade freeze starts on the 17th and it lasts. I think it lasts to the 22nd or something like that. So, it's or 17th to the 21st after Seattle makes their. That's what it is. It's the 17th to the 21st after Seattle selects their team, and then I think teams could start trading with each other.
I mean, you're right. There could be some other trades made before then. I don't know if there will be or not. I think a lot of teams are trying to. There's going to be some teams that are going to try to make trades for the purpose of the expansion drafts. This way, they can protect more players and get rid of the ones that they really don't care to protect. Like, obviously the buyouts with Suter and Parise because Minnesota wanted to protect other players. Yep. So, Sean, yes, we are going to be.
We're going to be live streaming the free agency. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do the draft.
I think I can maybe do the draft if you want.
That would be great. Okay. I'm going to give John the chance to do all that because I'm going to be working and I know Anthony's away. So,
Anthony,
well, I'm away. I'm away when unrestricted free agency starts. Is the draft the 24th?
The draft is the Friday night. I think it's the 24th or the 23rd.
It's the 23rd, and then the next day is the 24th.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the 23rd. I have a men's league game. I have a playoff game.
Okay.
Ooh. Come on, man.
Hey, he's got to be a team member. Got to be a teammate. All right. So come on. How jazzed are you about what's coming up for the next 2 weeks league wide? It's not just your team. Although who knows? We might have Jack Eichel under our Christmas tree in July, or better yet, maybe just a good third line center. That's all they really need. They need to make that bottom six better. So that's the way you got to do that. So hit the like button, put it all in the comments below. It's time for us to do some rumors. John, what do you have?
Well, there's a lot of things going on today. The latest thing that I've seen was Eric Johnson has officially waived his no movement clause for
expansion purposes.
Yeah, for expansion purposes. So Colorado has Eric Johnson, not having to be protected now, which is really good because now that they have that spot opened up, they can protect some of their other players. They can expose Eric Johnson. I don't know if Seattle takes him because he's just making way too much money for what he is at this point. I think there'll be other better defenders available that'll cost less for them. And I think if they're going to take an expensive defenseman, I think they would rather take PK Subban than Eric Johnson. So I don't think he goes anywhere. Obviously, we were talking about Nick Leddy being shopped before when Dave Pagnotta was on with us. I don't know if there's going to be any takers on Nick Leddy. I think even though he has 1 year left, it's a big salary for what he is. I mean, you might have to fork over an asset, not saying a major one, but you might have to fork over an asset to move that contract. He's still a decent defenseman, but I don't think he's worth $5.5 million that he's making against the cap. So another thing that I've seen was that the Canucks have made offers on Alexander Edler and Travis Hamonic. They're looking to add a number 3 center with size via trade or unrestricted agency. So just like the Rangers, they're looking for bottom 6 help there. So that's going to be something to look out for because they could possibly hinder the Rangers in their search. Mm-hmm. Seth Jones' camp is allowed to negotiate with other teams to speed up a trade. That came out on Saturday, I believe, but just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that. So it looks like they may be trying to get a trade done before the trade freeze with that information released.
And also remember Dave said regarding Eberle, he said Eberle's no trade doesn't kick in until the 28th. So if the Islanders are going to move him, it'd probably be better to move him before the trade freeze sometime.
Maybe not even the trade freeze, but to get him by the draft. That's why I think that if the Islanders are really in on Tarasenko and Eberle's going the other way, that would probably happen by the draft at the very latest. So maybe there is some real fire to that smoke. Obviously, Dave mentioned Steven Stamkos' name. That came out from Darren Dreger a couple of days ago, I think, maybe it was. But Steven Stamkos, there was rumblings about it last year, and the word was that he was unwilling to waive his no-movement clause back then to facilitate a trade. He might be more open to it after winning 2 Stanley Cups now. It's a possibility. So Tampa might get out of their cap situation by moving him. They could still get some assets in return because he's still a very productive player. So that's a big one. The no update yet on Kaprizov and his contracts negotiations. I was going to ask Dave about that, but there's been no update from what I can see. The other 2 rumors that have been out there that actually kind of came out of nowhere, Chris Johnston mentioned this one, is that John Gibson's name has been floated out there. And I think Dave actually said that before when he was on. Is John Gibson kind of weird that his name was floated out there because I think he's only 27, I believe, at this point, 27, 28.
Yeah, he's 27, but there is some thoughts that he's probably a key to getting assets for the rebuild rather than being part of the rebuild.
See, that's why I never thought Anaheim made any sense in any type of Jack Eichel trade, because you got to move assets that you're using to rebuild to get Jack Eichel. So you're basically going to kind of postpone your rebuild in a way, or you're gonna hasten it because you're gonna have to start adding veteran pieces via free agency at that point. To me, it never made sense. But moving John Gibson to get other assets would make sense because by the time that they're out of their rebuild, John Gibson's going to be over the other side of 30.
I think Gibson. I think they should hold on to him. I mean, he's one of the better goalies. I know his numbers have been trending down a little bit, but Anaheim doesn't give him any goal support, and the team has been bad. But I think Gibson proved he's an upper echelon goalie in the league. I think Anaheim should hold on to him. That's my personal opinion.
I think it would definitely speed up their rebuild if you hold on to John Gibson, and I agree with that. Sure. I think Sean's brought it up before. He brought up some of his numbers, but he's also been the victim of an Anaheim team that was on the downswing, not on the upswing. This isn't the team that was challenging for the President's Trophy in 2015.
Sure, you could say that it would help their rebuild, but again, by the time that team is ready to compete, and that team's at least 3 years away, he's 30. So, are you going to give him another big deal?
I wouldn't give him a big deal. No, of course not.
Because he's going to be able to command somewhere near 10. He's worth that much. He's underpaid.
Yeah, and you know what? He might be worth it to a team, but again, you're in the same situation as the Henrik Lundqvist thing. Show me the playoff team that is a goalie away, or maybe a non-playoff team that's a goalie away.
Colorado, hello.
Oh, actually, the other rumor that you missed, actually, I don't know if you heard about it. Friedman mentioned it. There's some speculation that, and I think this would be an incredibly dumb move, that the Hurricanes may not even qualify Nedeljkovic.
Yeah, Nedeljkovic and Warren Fogle.
Yeah, Nedeljkovic. And that would be because they're concerned.
Warren Fogle.
Yeah, because they're concerned about the arbitration award. But are you kidding me? The guy was a Calder finalist. I thought he played pretty well. To not qualify Nedeljkovic would be really dumb. I mean,
you know what? They've been actually. You know what? You mentioned Colorado. Carolina's another team that was rumored to be going after
Gibson. Carolina is a Gibson away from winning it all. If you ask me.
Nedeljkovic might have changed their opinion on goaltending. I mean, he had a really solid rookie year.
Mm.
I mean,
yeah, and he was good in the playoffs for them until Tampa. Really.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But I would say there's another rumor that's going around. The last one that I wanted to get to was the Marc-Andre Fleury to the Blackhawks rumor, and that's an interesting one for me because Chicago to me is nothing close to a competitor, and I don't understand why they would do this, but this was coming from Scott Powers, who writes for the Blackhawks in The Athletic. But he was saying that according to a source, the Blackhawks could be in play for Vegas Golden Knights goalie Marc-Andre Fleury, with Fleury having 1 year left on his contract. The Blackhawks could financially afford his $7 million cap hit if needed. And I listen, I get it. They just moved Duncan Keith's cap hit. They took really nothing back in return. I think Caleb Jones makes what's the league minimum. So they saved just under $5 million by getting rid of Keith. Would you really want to go get a 35, 36-year-old goaltender in Marc-Andre Fleury at this point?
No.
And
not a team like the Blackhawks, whose window is what? Is it opening or closing or closing? I don't know which one to say.
Closing.
They should have just retained Robin Leonard.
Yeah, they should.
But Lankinen opened some eyes for them. I don't know if he's a flash in the pan. I guess we'll see come October. But I mean, Lankinen was pretty good for them.
Yeah, I mean, could Kevin Lankinen be a decent starter? Listen, Chicago is not a serious cup threat. They're barely a playoff contender. They're barely a bubble team at this point. If you ask me. Their defense. Who's on their defense now? Adam Boquist is their best defenseman.
Yeah,
really the case. I mean, their defense is bad. Their forward group, you don't know if Jonathan Taves is ever going to come back from what he's dealing with. Kirby Dach, you look for him to give you more production this year. You think he's going to take a step. Does Dylan
can't break his wrist at the World Juniors?
Yeah. Well, he's going to be fine. That's not going to be an injury that's going to haunt him unless he's done some structural damage. But a broken wrist, no, shouldn't be a problem unless the bone doesn't heal properly. I would say that Dylan Strome is a wild card because you don't know if he's going to be able to take another step. Alex DeBrincat has established himself as a top-level goal scorer in this league. Patrick Kane is obviously Patrick Kane. He's obviously going to be anywhere between a point per game and a 100-point player if everything goes right. So, Patrick Kane is good for probably another, say, 2-3 seasons. But this team it's on the downslide. They need to start getting picks and prospects. And this deal just doesn't make any sense for them.
Is there any goalie in the league more disrespected in a way than Marc-Andre Fleury? And I say this current speaking of Marc-Andre Fleury, where not like the 2014 Pittsburgh Penguin goaltender that used to look at players and go, nice try, but I dodged your shot again. This one is more like the guy who just won a Vezina, and it seems like his coach just can't wait to get rid of him.
I just think it's a cap thing with Vegas because I think ultimately the end game in Vegas might be to get Jack Eichel because they need centers. I think that might be their goal. And if Vegas is the one team I would look out for if I'm the Rangers, I think that would be their biggest competition right now because, like Dave said, Minnesota, they go into cap out. I mean, look, if you want to go back here, I'm going to pull up Minnesota's cap-friendly page.
And actually, as you're doing that, I'll mention this. Bit off topic, but shout out to Pete Alonso for winning back-to-back home run derbies. He did it with minutes left on his timer. He could have hit another 15 home runs. John, I'm going to fresh a comment again. Brandon Sutter for a third-line center, John?
I don't know about third-line center.
Fourth line would be great.
Fourth-line center could be good. I mean, if he comes cheap, I would take a flyer on him as a fourth-line center. He can give you enough offense on the fourth line. He can win faceoffs.
Sean says 15th, Zach Jones and Eichel.
I think it's going to take more than that to get Eichel. I think it's going to take maybe one or two more assets, depending on what those assets are. But
wouldn't it be sad, by the way, for Zach Jones to be traded for Jack Eichel after being you're finally a New York Ranger and your lifelong dream, and you're immediately traded?
Yeah, it would suck for him. I mean, and I would feel bad for Zach Jones. I was excited for him. These last couple of years, he's really turned a corner as a player, and he's turned himself into a really good prospect. But,
so you're saying?
But yeah, but getting back to the whole thing with Minnesota. All right, so in 2021-22, each of those buyouts is going to, and these figures are identical for the next 5 seasons. By the way, they're buyouts for the next. I don't know if there's a 6th season on it because it doesn't go. I don't know how many years they had left on their deal.
I think they had 4. I think they had 4 each.
Yeah, I mean, cap friendly. It's not letting me go left.
Well, think about it. They signed that in 2012, right? Or 2012, and it was a 13. They were 13-year deals.
All right, so go. All right, so yeah, their buyouts are 8 years, and their buyouts are identical because the cap figures and the contracts were identical. So the buyouts on Parise and Suter, 2021-22, $2,371,794. Then it goes up by exactly $4 million against the cap the next year, $6,371,000 or $6,371,794. Then the year after, the next 2 years after that are $7,371,794. It goes up by $7 million against the cap. That's $14 million against the cap between the two of them. There's no way you can add Jack Eichel at that point.
No.
You would have to gut your team to do it because you have that much dead cap against it. I mean, I hope Billy Guerin has a real crafty plan in place because they might be losing some key players with that dead cap. And then after the 4th year, the final 4 years, 5, 6, 7, and 8, it's $833,333 against the cap. So, but those next 2 years, oh man, or the 2 years 2 through 4, that's going to be cap hell for them. Dave's right.
So I'm surprised they bought him out because of that. I really didn't. Well, Suter is definitely, I don't know. I didn't think, because Suter, I think, is still a pretty good defenseman. I didn't see Suter coming. Parise, kinda, but even then, I didn't think they were going to deal with that cap hit.
I'm guessing they want to protect Matt Dumba because if you look at their team structure right now, look at the players that they have under contract on defense. It's Jared Spurgeon at 7.575 for the next 5 years. And then Jonas Brodin for the next 6 years at $6 million, which is not a bad contract for him because he's an upper-level defensive defenseman. He's not going to give you the points. Maybe he does start to give you the points, though, because you're going to have to give somebody power play minutes. Matt Dumba's got 2 years left at $6 million, and then he becomes a UFA. And then Carson Soucy for another 2 years at 2.75. And Dumba and Soucy are the same age. I think I protect Dumba at that point over Soucy because neither of those two have no movement clauses. Spurgeon and Brodin have no movement clauses. So, yeah, it's an interesting cap situation. I think they officially just took themselves out of the Jack Eichel race, though. I'll tell you that right now. Unless there's, I don't know who they could send. I mean, Kevin Fiala is a restricted free agent. I get that. Victor Rask has 1 year left on his deal at $4 million, so I doubt Buffalo wants anything to do with him. Marcus Foligno, Buffalo's already had him. He's at 29 going on 30. Ryan Hartman, I don't. Matt Zuccarello is probably not going to go. Matt Zuccarello actually has no movement clause, so he's not going to waive that to go to Buffalo. And Joel Eriksson-Ek, they're not going to move him because after this, really, he's kind of their number one center at this point.
They just signed him to an 8-year deal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They're not going to move him. But Victor Rask is technically their number one center, but he's not locked down long term. Joel Eriksson-Ek is the only one that's locked down long term. Nico Sturm is a UFA after this upcoming season. Nick Bonino is not signed right now. Marcus Johansson is not signed right now. I mean, I don't see where. I don't see how they get Jack Eichel. I really don't.
Well, how much available cap space do they have right now after these buyouts?
They have about $27 million, but they only have 8 forwards under contract and 4 defenders under contract. And after this year, Kaapo Kakkonen is going to be a restricted free agent. So you're going to have to give him money too. And that's when the buyout prices for those two go through the roof. So you're going from $4 million and change to dead cap to $12 million and change in dead cap.
Yeah.
And $14 million and change in dead cap for the following 2 seasons. I don't know what Billy Guerin's doing, but that might be one of the worst moves I think I've seen to buy out both of them. I get that Ryan Suter is probably an immovable contract, and you've had to buy him out in a way, but really, he must have had a gun put to his head because he just took away so much cap space in dead cap.
But you also you look at it, really get their cap hits after this buyout really get bad in the third year.
No, in the second year.
Zuccarello's contract expires in that 3rd year, so it's $6 million gone.
I know, but you still have to replace a top 6 forward. He's technically he's a top line forward right now.
He is.
And their prospect pool isn't great with forwards. It isn't. It really has 2 forwards that stand a chance of being top 6 NHL players in Marco Rossi and Matthew Boldy.
What do you think about this one right here? I truly believe the purpose of the 2 buyouts was to pay Kaprizov right now so they don't lose him to the KHL.
And that's more than possible. It is more than possible. But again, then you sign him. You're definitely not signing Jack Eichel then at that point.
Right.
You're not going to have the cap space to do it. You're not going to have the cap space to do it long term. I would say that they're out of the Jack Eichel race. I really would. I'd be shocked to hear their name involved. And if he gets traded there, Billy Guerin, I hope to God you're a wizard at that point because you're going to need some sort of sorcery to get yourself out of that mess.
Well, I mean, they're doing backflips right now to try to make sure that they keep their prize prospect, and that's another team that you can't. They could use Jack Eichel, but you can't get him. What prospects are they dealing? We were just over this. There's nothing there.
They're prospects, but your best prospect has a heart condition, and you have to hope that he's not damaged goods.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know what heart condition he has.
It was from it all stemmed from he had COVID. He had COVID, and then he had some effects on his heart. Yeah.
That could be a problem. That could be a major problem going forward. And if that's the case, you don't know if his career's in jeopardy or not.
Hopefully not the case for Marco Rossi.
Hopefully not, because Marco Rossi is going to be a really good player if he's able to play at the NHL level and he's able to carry on his career. We hope that Marco Rossi will be, that guy for them. But Matthew Boldy, and then what else?
By the way, guys, if you have any talking points or any questions, throw them all in the comments right now.
Yeah, Q&A, open season. We definitely want to start looking at some comments and stuff. So,
I still think the Rangers should be out on Jack Eichel. I don't think they should go get him. He's a luxury at best, and if they need to strengthen their bottom six, that's what they really need to do. I think it already gets stronger, and I'm talking about this. Chris Kreider's probably going to get moved down to the third line. Lafreniere goes up. I still could see either a Kravtsov or a Kakko in one of those other two right wings. And if you want to throw Blackwell on the second line, then that still works. I know. With the current structure, I'm not a big Blackwell guy either, but I do think he earned a spot on this roster for next year. The key thing, though, is
I have no problem with a spot on the roster. You want to put him in your bottom six? Fine by me.
I'd rather have him in the bottom six, but
you're right. He did earn a spot on the team, but a spot in the top six, no.
How you do the top nine? I mean,
the top nine, yeah, top nine. Okay, you want him in the top nine? Fine. I have no problem with him playing on third line, but you cannot put him in your top six over Kaapo Kakko. I hate to say this, but Artemi Panarin, if you're listening, you're going to have to learn how to play with him. You're going to have to do it because it's what's best for this team going forward. It really is.
I just wonder if it's going to be one of those things where it's going to be Kakko's just going to say, screw it, I'm going to take the puck, and I'm just going to drive everything myself. He looks like he's just a beast sometimes, like he just can't get him off the puck, and he'll be the possession guy, and he'll just be a possession guy on one of those lines. My concern for the Rangers is their decor. I love every single prospect that comes up, but you can't win with 6 first-year players. Or let's see, you got Fox who will be in his 3rd year, Lindgren who will be in his 4th year, and
yeah.
Then you have Trouba, who's the veteran, Miller in his 2nd year. Assuming you're me, Lundqvist in his 1st year, and then is it Zach Jones? Is it Tuomo Reunanen? Is it do they get a veteran to go on that 3rd spot?
I wouldn't pencil Nils Lundqvist in for I mean, I know Gallant's different than Trotz, but Trotz brought Dobson along so slowly. Gallant somewhat similar. I can't see him thrusting Nils Lundqvist into a permanent spot, like playing every single night. I think they need a veteran, especially if they want to try to make the playoffs. I think they're going to need a veteran to support the young guys like Zach Jones and Lundqvist, because you can't, in my opinion, I don't think they can go with Jones, Lindgren, all in playing every single day in their top 6. You need a veteran presence, a steadier veteran presence on the blue line.
I think they will. I think Alec Martinez will probably be on their radar.
He'd be great for that. That's I think that's what you need.
If you can get him for cheaper, you could get him for closer to $3 million, maybe $4 million or under. I think that's going to be the guy that they're going to go get. Joel Edmondson would have been a real good presence for them last year, but they didn't have the cap room to do it. I called for that last year. But I do think that Nils Lundqvist will probably end up being that right spot defenseman on that 3rd pairing. If you can get me a 3rd pairing of Martinez and Nils Lundqvist, I think that would be a pretty good pairing. I think Trouba and Miller will play together on the 2nd pairing because they played well together during the season. They got better. Jacob Trouba finally started to kind of course his game to kind of Jamie Oleksiak would be a good one.
Yeah.
I think we're all on board on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Alexiak a lot more than I like Martinez. And I think he adds some size. He's a great skater for his size. He really is. His skating has improved tenfold. I'm very high on him. He plays left side too, so he'd be a fit. I just wonder what his price would be because I think he's more of a top 4 defender than he is a bottom pairing guy.
Yeah.
I wonder if they really do that. But obviously, the Fox and Lindgren pairing is going to be that first pairing. To Sean's comment before about Kakko, I agree. I think that Gerard Gallant is going to let him go. I think he's going to give him the opportunity. He did so with Huberdeau and Barkov and Trocheck in Florida, and those guys ended up developing into top-notch players. So I think you're going to see more of a reliance on the young kids. I think these guys are ready. If anyone watched Alexis Lafreniere towards the end of the season, you saw the confidence there. And especially after David Quinn, Dan Lafreniere killed it to begin with. So for Lafreniere to come up, and the hockey guy, Shannon, made a great point because he said that Lafreniere was number 1 on his list of players that he expects to have breakout seasons. Lafreniere is a guy that if he would have kept going in an 82-game season at that pace that he was scoring at towards the end of the year, he probably would have challenged for the Calder. Not that he would have won it, but he would have been more towards being a finalist than he was because he was playing great towards the end of the season. As for Dave, your comment there, that's the goal. The goal for the Rangers is to go get Eichel, to have Eichel and Zibanejad be that Crosby-Malkin type 1A, 1B, in the top 2 center spots. So we'll see what happens. I still think it's going to happen. Kevyn Adams' price has got to come down for that to really happen. So I wonder what happens in the next 2 weeks.
Well, we know what Kevyn Adams is thinking. Anthony.
From the Islanders side of things here, I know when you take the rumors of Nick Leddy, if you trade Nick Leddy, the problem is after Adam Pelech, who do they have on the left side? It's not. I mean, Andy Green's probably going to re-sign for $750K or whatever, and he'll play his 6th role again. But as of right now, if you trade Leddy, the Islanders' left side consists of Adam Pelech, Thomas Hickey, and Sebastian Aho. So if they trade Ladd to save salary, they're going to have to go out and sign a cheap left-handed shot defenseman because that they're very high on Samuel Bolduc and Robin Salo, but Trotz brings guys down slowly, so he's not going to thrust any of them into a role on the left side to start, as good as they may be. So they would need to get another left shot defenseman, which brings you into the point of if Parise might very well want to play for the Islanders and Lou Lamoriello. If that occurs, can he also sign Suter to replace Nick Leddy? Because they're going to need another left-handed shot defenseman if Leddy goes. And that's the problem with moving Nick Leddy. Islander fans bring up who replaces him. That's why cap-wise, if you're going to move anybody, I think Eberle's the guy to go because you have more options to replace him with. You have Oliver Wahlstrom. You can bring back Palmieri, like Pagnotta said, is open to a short-term, long-term. He just would have interest in playing for the Islanders again. So I think there's more realistic options to replace Eberle than there is Nick Leddy. Because Nick Leddy, he still plays, I think he averaged close to 22 minutes a game, so he still eats minutes, he still skates, and he could still produce a little bit. So I'm actually a little leery on trading Nick Leddy for the Islanders standpoint. And if you look at his numbers, actually, before Trotz got to the Island, his numbers were all 3 years in a row, he had 40 points or more. And then Trotz comes, and then he goes down to scoring into the 30s and 20s. That a lot of that has to do with, I think, Trotz likes to play a very defensive system. I think Nick Leddy adapted to be a more reliable defenseman. A young guy doesn't go from being a 40-plus point guy to not producing that much anymore. I think part of his issue is playing in Trotz's system. Same way Barzal went down in points. Same way Ryan Pullock didn't produce as much this year. I think a lot of the guys, especially on the defensive side, are focusing on the defensive side of the puck. I think you trade Nick Leddy anywhere else, I think he can be a 40-point defenseman again with the way he skates and moves the puck.
I mean, possibly, but the analytics to tell you that Nick Leddy really hasn't been good defensively these last few years either. And he's playing in a good defensive system, which is weird. So, I mean, the eye test tells you that he's still a decent defenseman. But he's on the wrong side of 30. He's got a big contract. I mean, I know it's 1 year left on it, but it's kind of a high cap hit. And I don't know if teams are going to look to do the Islanders a favor without some sort of sweetener to do it. That's my thing. I just think you're going to have to give up something to probably move him, or either that, or you're going to have to take a pennies on the dollar type of return.
I just don't know a team that he's really a number one defenseman somewhere.
He's not a one defenseman, but he can help a team like Jersey, who's weak on defense. He's still a solid number 4 defenseman. That's not.
See, that's the thing. If you're a divisional rival, you're not looking to help out a divisional rival like the Islanders. I mean, you're gonna need something. I'm not saying it's a first round pick because I don't think it should take a first round pick to move him, but maybe a second and a prospect or something.
Nick Leddy's he's not Leo Komarov. You're not giving up a second round pick and a prospect to move Nick Leddy. I mean,
I just wouldn't help the Islanders if I'm the Devils. I see no reason for the Devils to help them without getting something big in return.
I mean, is it helping them or also trying to make your team better? I mean, let's face it, the Devils can get help anywhere they.
But what does Nick Leddy do for them for 1 year at $5.5 million?
Yeah, that's true.
Why not just let one of your younger players come in and do something at that point? Or why not go out and sign a cheap free agent without having to give up assets to get him?
Yeah. Good point.
That's listen, I get it. The Devils have to make moves to try to get better. I agree with you there. But I don't see any reason why they would go and give up assets for Nick Leddy when they can go and get, I would say, a comparable defender, probably not as good, but somewhere at least in that stratosphere, at least in that galaxy, for less of a cap hit. And the Devils aren't ready to be a competitive team.
No.
The Islanders need to try to find somebody that is a contender, that has some cap space. And you know what? Maybe the Islanders could retain on it. I mean, I think they would, if they retain like $1 million or so on him, I think he becomes a little more attractive to teams. And then, maybe you get a little more of a return. I'm not really sure. It's just, the problem is his age. And not only that, but he's got 1 year left. So you got to be willing to fork up assets for a guy that could leave in free agency, or a guy that's going to be 31 years old and looking for a new deal. And if he's looking for 6-7 years, who's going to want to give him that at that point?
I don't think, 30, I don't know. He won't get that. I mean, I could see him getting a 3-4 year deal on his next contract, depending how he plays this season. But like I said, I don't even know if he's the answer to move personally. It's like I just laid out. The Islanders don't. He's more. I think he's more important to them than Jordan Eberle is right now, just because of the position he plays. 2 years ago they went from Pelech, Taves, and Leddy on the left side, which is extremely strong, to right now. Like I said, if they move Leddy, you have Pelech, Hickey, and Aho. I mean, Green come back, so call it Pelech, Green, and
but Green's going to get even worse. He's really at the end of his career. He's in the twilight of his career.
He is.
I mean,
but for an older guy, he was durable. He played every game for them. I got to tip my hat to him. He was.
Yeah, I mean,
he was solid in the bottom pair.
Yeah, I mean, he did play well for them on the bottom pair, but that's the thing, though. He's, I think, 38 or 39 now. I think
he's up there. Yeah, I don't know the exact age, but he's.
I mean, I'll look at just to get the answer. He's going to be 39 in October.
Yeah,
before Halloween.
So,
I mean, you're looking at a 39-year-old that's probably going to take another dip in play this upcoming season, because it's just Father Time always wins. It always wins in the end. So I would say, if anything, he may not be. I think they should try to sign Sean Corral. Yeah, that's a guy that I've been saying for a while, Matthew.
Yeah, I see that happening.
The Rangers could probably go get Sean Corral. I think that's a big
and not have to break the bank on him. That's another thing.
Yeah, I think he gets somewhere between $2 and $2.5 million, and I think that's the perfect type of fourth line center that I think that they're looking for. I think he could help that fourth line out immensely if that's what they're looking to add. But Nick Leddy, I don't see it. If you can get a contender that could take that contract, and you're willing to take a pennies on the dollar type of return for him, okay. Just to get rid of that $5.5 million cap hit. But I think Anthony might be right. I think that they would be better off holding on to him for their defensive purposes.
Because it's the same. That's the same thing that I was saying before. Every time I bring this up, I know it's just when I talk about moving a player out, you need to have either an in-house solution or a free agent that's going to be filling that spot. I don't know if there's anybody on the free agent market better than Nick Leddy right now. So that's one thing. And I mean, yeah. By the way, John, again, there's in recent years the Rangers had success with Brassard and Stroman trades. Who could be an under the radar trade target? Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I would go out and I would look into getting Mason Appleton. I used that name. I threw that out a couple times. He's on any ELC. I don't know if Winnipeg is going to want to deal him. Trying to think of guys.
Someone that's young and developing, specifically like the Mika Zibanejad or the Ryan Strome trades.
I think he's just thinking. Well, Ryan Strome wasn't developing. Ryan Strome was lost by that time. He was. He wasn't really thought of as much. I mean, I think I heard some writers refer to him as like a coat hanger. It can get 40 points with or 50 goals with Connor McDavid. I mean, Zach Kassian had a 50-goal season with Connor McDavid. So we need to know about that.
No. Zach Kassian never had 50.
And that's how he. All right, sorry, wait, I said the wrong one. Give me a minute. I want to just stop that and turn around real quick and figure out what the hell I was talking about. John, just fill up the words because I just said something.
Yeah, I think you were talking about maybe like a 40-point season for Zach Kassian.
Maybe that was it. Maybe I said points instead of.
But yeah, I don't. It's tough to find those trades because those players are usually not available. I would say Jeff Gordon absolutely fleeced Pierre Dorian in that Mika Zibanejad, Derek Brassard deal because they got that and a second-round pick out of it. I don't know who would really be available. I've seen people online mention Christian Dvorak. I highly doubt.
I don't think that will happen.
No, because he's really kind of like a 35 to 40-point player. Maybe he could take that next step. But he's Arizona's best center that's under contract right now. They do not have good center depth. I mean, Maltz. I really don't see Arizona moving those types of guys. Connor Garland would be available, but he's a winger. The Rangers really don't need somebody like that right now. Well, they could use him, but again, they don't need another winger. Ryan Reeves
is it under the
I think
radar?
he's under contract though, so I don't think they would make a trade for him because he's 34 years old. Yeah, he's under contract for this season.
Yeah.
So I mean, his 1.75 tag isn't bad. He's really not going to give you offense. He's had one 20-point season in his career. I would stay away from him personally just because of the fact that he's 34 and his body's probably going to start to break down sooner than later.
John, John says Tyson Yost.
Tyson Jost could be a good pickup from Colorado. I think he could be a guy that could end up being available because he could be end up a part of their cap crunch.
Mm-hmm.
So I would definitely take a look into him. He's 20. He just turned 23. He is a restricted free agent, I believe. Yeah, he's a restricted free agent. So I looking at their cap situation is going to be a killer too. They might even have to lose Gabriel Landeskog.
I'm trying to think of who's the guy that that I'm worried that they might have to lose. I'm gonna pop it there.
Would be another guy I would look at, $3.5 million, but he's like a good middle to bottom six type center who can.
What about JT Compher? That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, JT Compher would be a good one. If the Rangers want to get a veteran fourth liner that could kill penalties, play center, Pierre-Edouard Bellemare would be someone who I would definitely look at from them. Jost could absolutely be a target because he's a restricted free agent. Because Cale Makar is going to get a big deal right now. He's going to get a big deal this offseason. He's a restricted free agent right now.
I think the Thomas Chabot deal puts pressure on, say, Adam Fox and Makar to make those deals now.
You know what? Honestly, it might help the Rangers in the Adam Fox case. Actually, in both cases, I think it might help them because Chabot got $7 million, and I believe he had more service time, if I'm correct. I just want to check this to be sure, but I think he had more service time when he got his deal, and I believe he had a 50-point season before he got his deal as well. So Chabot is $8 million against the cap, and he signed his deal in September of 2019, which was after the 18-19 season, which was after his 55-point season in 70 games. So he was pacing at over 60 points, I believe, for that year. If he would have played the full 82 games. But he had one down year in 2020. He had 39 points in 71 games. And then this year he had 31 points in only 49 games. Really good. But I would say that deal could probably help them because how are you going to give Adam Fox and Cale Makar more when Chabot played 2 full years in the NHL and got that deal? The only thing I would say is Fox won the Norris, so that's going to work against the Rangers in that regard. But here's what works in Rangers' favor for Adam Fox. He wants to be here.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to be here.
Yeah, that'll help too.
That'll help. So
it'll be a little bit of they don't mind giving him extra term either, or especially not right now.
I wonder if they try to bridge him. I personally, I wouldn't bridge him, but if they're trying to finagle the cap, I mean, maybe they do. I just don't know because he's got 1 year left on his ELC. I go and give him the money right now. I go and I say, hey, 8 years, $64 million. What do you think? And if he takes,
I would take that.
I would take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I would take that. So
that is 8 a year. Okay, yeah. That's why I think they got to get the Fox deal done before the Makar deal, because the Makar deal, even though you know what, no, Makar are going to wait for Fox. Because Fox is going to take the team-friendly deal. Makar is going to get the one that resets.
Makar has to get done this offseason. Adam Fox does not have to get done this offseason.
Oh, okay. Then, yeah, there you go. Because I forgot, he took his clock started running when Colorado was in the playoffs.
I think, if anything, it's smart for the Rangers to take a look at Cale Makar's deal and offer him something just a little more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Use that deal as a benchmark. I wonder if Chabot is the benchmark for Makar. That's really what I wonder, because I think it could be.
So, Anthony,
mm-hmm.
Who plays more games next year, Ilya Sorokin or Semyon Varlamov?
I think Trotz is obviously going to second year. I think he's going to closer to a 50-50 split. I say next season is the year that they fully move on to Sorokin as number one and try to move Varlamov. But I think for this year, I think Varlamov will probably start as the starter, just the benefit of the doubt. But by the year end, I think Sorokin will be getting most of the starts. But I think I'll probably even out to 50-50. But if Sorokin just continues on his upward trajectory, I could see Sorokin, taking the job from Varlamov early on. So it really all depends. I mean, Pagnotta said it before. He heard some kind of early speculation about teams checking in on Varlamov, but doesn't know if anything will come of it. That could be another way for the Islanders to move cap if they, for instance, have a hard time moving Leddy and Eberle's 16-team no trade kicks in and they have trouble moving him. Maybe they move Varlamov. His value is still high. He's had a really good year. That could be an option, but I think that's probably more of a last resort option personally. They're going to look to move, Ladd, Leo, Hickey, Eberle before they do anything like that. So,
yep. And so I mean, because I think most of the Islanders' decisions are all done. That's where the good thing about you guys are. I mean, maybe
it really is. I know, Dave said that he thinks Cizikas will be back, and he even said Cizikas and Palmieri coming back really won't affect them making another move to their top six. But Lou Lamoriello knows what he needs to do. He needs to try to keep his guys and maybe tinker a little bit, but it all comes down to cap space. I mean, right now they have a little over 5, and then when you factor in Boychuk going to long-term injury reserve, that puts them at a little over 11. So that right there is enough money to re-sign Adam Pelech and Anthony Beuvillier. They would just need to move someone else to fit Sorokin in and stuff. But he has a tough job, but it's not insurmountable. I think in the next couple of week or two here, you'll see him move out some players.
To everybody that's seeing me yawn right now, it's the Red Bull's wearing off, and that's what happens when you work till you work until 4:30 and then don't get home and into bed until about 5:20. So I'm starting to run on a little bit of fumes right here, but we're going to keep going anyway because still waiting on more questions. I'm actually surprised you guys.
I was going to say there's been a lack of questions.
Lack of them, yeah. I mean, well, we're missing some of our worldwide candidates like Blue Shirt and Dave from Greece. So,
yeah, I don't know if the
see a lot of people are coming back. Like again, Matthew, you're a new timer. John, again, we like having you on.
I just don't know how many teams take a chance on Varlamov because of the fact that he's 33. He just turned 33. I know he had a good year. He has 2 years left on his deal. So at that point, then you're going to have to make a decision on whether you're signing him again or you're gonna let him go. I just don't know how many assets he gave up, and he has a 16 no team trade. He cuts off half of the NHL, so it might be harder to facilitate a deal with him. I get that would probably be the target because I think Sorokin at this point is probably ready to take the starter role. Although I feel maybe the Islanders might want to ease him into it, especially after this year because it was a shortened year. So they might want to have Varlamov as a safety net just to kind of keep him there. It's kind of like how you said with Leddy. With Leddy, he's still a decent defenseman. So Edmonton does need a goalie. Yeah, I mean, that is true. Edmonton.
And that is true as well.
Yeah,
But here's the thing. What kind of cap space do they have at this point? I
think they got to re-sign a bunch of guys. I think they just barely got to the cap floor at the moment.
They have to sign Yamamoto. Adam Larson, I think, is a free agent. And then they only have, like I said, they have Koskinen, and I think they have Anthony Stolarz in the contract, but he's inconsequential. So
yeah.
Yeah.
How about this one right here? Which team will face a bigger impact player loss this season, the Islanders or the Bolts? I'm going to say the Bolts, by the way, because I think it's Blake Coleman.
Yeah.
I think it's probably the Bolts. I think the Islanders will lose a piece or so. I don't think they're going to go through cap hell yet. I think Lou is going to have to get creative. The next couple of years after this one are probably going to be tough because that's when things really start to get tough for them with Barzal's new contract and everything like that. Tampa is going to lose either one significant player like Stamkos, if they can find a deal for him, or they're going to lose multiple depth pieces like Coleman, Gaudreau. I think at this point, I think if I'm Tampa, I would rather take the chance on losing Stamkos because he's starting to get up there in age. Tyler Johnson could be gone too. And Tyler Johnson, that could be another one that they can move that could help them with cap. I don't see where he fits in a top 6 role with that team going forward. So,
hey, Anthony, Alex Diaz has had this comment. We all know Parise is going to the Islanders. Here's my question, though, for you. Should the Islanders take him? Not because he's not a quality player he's going to be in a 4th line role or even lesser than that. I don't know how you could be less than that, but part-time. But are you ever going to play Bellows?
Before he got bought out, Parise at $7.5 million. No, but I mean, there's like I said to on my Islander forum, I post Islander Mania. We all making jokes that Lou already called Parise's agent, and vice versa. The minute he got bought out, Parise he wanted to play for the Islanders when that Ladd trade fell through. I know Staple had said when it looked like it was possibly going to be done, Parise said he was excited to join the team, and he likes Lou Lamoriello. Yeah, I think I agree with Diaz. It's inevitable. I think Parise is going to sign with the Islanders, but for he's getting paid. So 1 year, $1 million. Honestly, play him on the 3rd line with Pajot and maybe Wahlstrom or someone else. I don't have a problem with it because the money's nothing. And I'm sure too he would be motivated to try to prove to people after the disappointing year that he's still got some game in him. And playing for the team his dad played for, I think would probably mean a lot to him. Kind of like something like that would, I think, motivate him. So I mean, yeah, I'm not, it is what it is. I think it's going to happen. I'm not upset about it. I'm not ecstatic about it, but it's just, I think it's inevitable.
Have Ella say hi. Yeah.
No, I don't. Where is the fit there?
For Parise on the Islanders?
Yeah, where is the fit?
I think it's just assumed because Lamoriello drafted him. But on the other hand,
no. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in the actual lineup itself. Where is the fit? And how are you navigating a logjam like that?
I just said the third. He'd play on the 3rd line with Pajot.
So then you're not bringing back Kyle Palmieri?
Well, I don't know, but that's where he would be.
What about Oliver Wahlstrom? Where are you putting Wahlstrom?
What about Oliver Wahlstrom? What about Tarasenko? They're linked to so many names.
Yeah. I don't.
And where the fits would all be.
Yeah, a lot depends. Like I think if they traded for Tarasenko, that would take Eberle's spot on the 1st line, which would mean Wahlstrom would be relegated to playing with Pajot on the.
But then you're getting cap there. So you're going from a $5.5 million cap hit to a $7.5 million cap hit. So you're adding $2 million in cap. So,
but you also have to assume that the Islanders either two things: A, the Islanders include someone else in the deal, or B, St. Louis retains, like Pagnotta said, like $1.5 million or so to even it out.
I understand that, but I'm saying specifically, you're going from Eberle to Tarasenko. We're using Eberle because Eberle was what Pagnotta brought up.
Yeah.
So you're adding on $2 million in cap. So you're going to have to lose somebody like Bailey or, I would hope that, maybe Varlamov gets taken if I'm an Islander fan at that point in the expansion draft, but then you have to go out and you have to go get a backup goaltender. So let's just say
there's a dearth of them this year. There is a lot.
Well, I'll say this, though. I know you said you're adding $2 million in cap. I don't know what will happen, but one thing I can say, if the Islanders trade for Tarasenko, they are certainly not taking – it's not just going to be – they can't add salary in the trade is what I'm saying. It either has to be even or they have to come out ahead where they lose salary. There's no way they're going to take on $2 million without anything else going the other way.
So then if that's the case and the salary gets even out and they retain $2 million to make the salaries even, that you're giving up more in assets that way to try to get Vladimir Tarasenko. It's not just going to be Jordan Eberle. You might even have to give up a first-round pick for them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I was already under the assumption that a Colorado's second-round pick would go in any trade with Eberle for
I doubt it's going to take just that. I think it's going to take more. I think you might have to give up a prospect, or that's got to be a first-round pick.
By the way, before we get back to questions, Rich, by the way, welcome back. And also, the way to always know, obviously you've subscribed, but also you got to hit that bell icon to let you know when we're going to do that. And usually we always, it comes up like when we're scheduled. Yeah, I actually didn't even know that existed.
And definitely follow us on Twitter and Instagram. Mark, if you want, you can give me the logins to the Twitter account. And I'm very active on Twitter. So if you guys are on Twitter, it's at All Things Ranger without the S. So the word All Things and then Ranger. And
whenever I cut it up, I always have our intros on there. And I am working on getting new graphics for us. So that way it comes up in the live broadcast. Dave.
Arthur Staple did a Q&A with Isles fans while we were interviewing Pagnotta. So just some interesting because he's the most obviously tuned in Islander reporter. So just some interesting things he said. He thinks that the Islanders are going to add Zdeno Chara, I guess, in place of Andy Green. And then he said, regarding someone asked regarding the question, like, if you trade Leddy, why do you do that? You don't have someone to step in. He said that there isn't anyone to step in. Bolduc and Salo have a combined 24 AHL games between them, and it's far-fetched to think Lamoriello and Trotz, who still shielded Dobson so often in year two, would just throw an untested kid into the top four. And that's what I would say, and that's true. He's not just going to go against everything he did with Dobson and thrust one of those guys into a top four role. So if Leddy goes, someone else has to come in. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. And that's why I think there's going to be more of a problem adding a higher salary player like Tarasenko. And especially if you're talking about the salaries needing to be even, which I agree with you there. It makes no sense for the Islanders to go and upgrade a cap hit and $4 million. You're going to have to give up more assets. And I think something significant. I think you might have to give up a first-round pick in that trade.
But St.
Louis
Louis
be giving up on 2022's first-round draft pick.
Yeah,
already. I mean, that's eventually it's going to be you better win the cup, otherwise you're going to be way behind.
Yeah.
Same time, you're not trading for a Tarasenko from 3 years ago. He has a lot of question marks. That's going to hurt St. Louis's return for sure.
Stay away from Tarasenko if I'm the Islanders. I stay the course. Give Oliver Wahlstrom the chance to develop. He started seeing
I agree with that.
I don't get it. I see. This is why I'm afraid if I'm an Islanders fan with Lou Lamoriello, because his years in Toronto weren't exactly great. His years towards his end of his Devils tenure weren't great, and these Jim Gregory awards are deceiving. They're deceiving. He's starting to put them in a bad position. And you could say, "Oh, I'm hating. I'm a Rangers fan." You go ahead, say it all you want. I don't care. I really don't.
I think it's more you sound like you're concerned for the Islanders because that's what we're doing on this podcast.
He's not going to trade Oliver. He's not going to do anything like that. I see what you're saying, but he's not going to.
No. I'm not saying he's going to trade Oliver Wahlstrom. I'm saying he's putting them in a situation where the cap is getting worse. They're getting further away from being that top of the line playoff team, and he's trying to keep that alive, which is what Neil Smith did in the 90s with the Rangers. And you can't do that. You have to understand that sometimes, sometimes that window is small. It's unexpected and it's small. And the Rangers did that, and it led to them kind of, having to tear it down. And they tore it down at the right time under Gorton. But you know what? You got to be careful. I would say, if I'm the Islanders, I stay away from Vladimir Tarasenko. I really do. I don't
just to move on a little bit, because I think I got a bunch of comments I have to get to. Yeah. I haven't been able to look at these. So this is Dave. I know he's a first timer, I believe. Do you think the Rangers will trade up or trade down with their first round draft pick this year? I think I know Filk's answer, and I'm going to say they're going to end up drafting it. But you're thinking they're not drafting it at all. It's going to be Buffalo.
They're going. That pick's going for Eichel. I'm telling you. At the end of the day, I honestly think Jack Eichel ends up being a Ranger.
Are there any new production ideas or segments you would like TNT or ESPN to do with their coverage? I've said all along, I want Shaq as like a Shaq segment for the NHL. That would be great. Or even Charles Barkley, because they're both on there. And those guys will have a great time doing some of the NHL segments. And it'll be fun for us because they're just funny guys with great personalities. And
Jack that's talking hockey.
Yeah. Just Shaq is just so funny. It would just come naturally to him. All right, let's get down to some of these other ones.
Charles Barkley and Shaq talking in a segment, and then talking about Connor McDavid, and Charles Barkley said, "Shaq, you're a turbo, you knucklehead." Alex, go watch it.
Chuck is expanding into golf, by the way. Subscribe to Live Over Par on Instagram. John put on Jordan Greenway for a bottom six role. I would love to have Jordan Greenway.
Jordan Greenway would be a good one. I don't know if Minnesota deals him right now, especially after this.
Alex is right. Morgan Wallstrom needs to be moved up from the third line.
Yeah,
Everybody will be traded. Here's Grant. Grant, by the way, welcome to the show. What sandpaper type of players would you target in free agency? I think if it's free agency, it's Sean Corrali. We were talking about that before. The Islanders already have their guy. It's Casey Zizekas. I think with free agent, we have to look at the list on free agency again, because I'm not sure who's exactly the list didn't wow me.
I'll give you my targets in free agency, Grant, and I've mentioned these before. Thank you for tuning in, by the way. This is first time seeing you in the comments, but I'll give you a few names. You tell me what you think of them. Tomas Nosek from Las Vegas would be a good one. Sean Corrali from Boston. Casey Zizekas from the Islanders. I know that's going to pain Anthony to hear that name. I would say another one could be Matt Calvert. I would say Barclay Goodrow and Blake Coleman in Tampa will probably be on the Rangers' radar. That would be another one that I would really take a look into. But yeah, those are the types of names that if I'm the Rangers, I'm looking at those names. I mentioned before Pierre-Edouard Bellemare would be another one from Colorado, and I would check in on Tyson and see if he's available. Tyson Jost.
What about Brendan Saad? Do you think that there's anything left? Any trade left on the Stars?
That contract? No, thank you.
Okay. Thomas Tatar is around.
Tatar is actually going to be, honestly, I think he would be my pick. Or actually, no, Brendan Saad's not under contract anymore.
And nope, he's not on the contract, and neither is Nick Bonino.
I thought he had another year left at $6 million on his deal, but he is a unrestricted free agent. So, but again, he's more of a middle six guy, and I really don't see where he fits with the Rangers. If you got rid of Chris Kreider, okay, I could take a flyer on Brendan Saad. I think he would actually be a better fit for the Rangers than Chris Kreider because he's more of a consistent player. He plays both left and right wing, and he's got a little more hockey sense and better hands, I would say, than Chris Kreider. So, but
Matthias Janmark or Cedric Paquette excite you at all?
Yes, Janmark definitely. I don't know if they'll be able to get him, but Janmark would be a real good fit for the Rangers. Paquette would definitely be a fourth line guy that I would love to get my hands on.
Jordan Martinook.
Jordan Martinook would be another one. Warren Fogle would be someone that I would test the waters on in Carolina and see what they want for him.
Eric Holla's on this list. He's always on this list, and he always goes around pretty well. And so is and Luke Glendening is another guy. Both guys can win faceoffs. That's what the good thing is.
I don't like Glendening that much because he's older and his play seems to have dipped. I know Detroit has not been good, but Eric Holla, if he could be had for about $2 million, would actually be a really good fit for the Rangers. That would be perfect third line center for them.
And then it gives you an option of going and figuring out what to do with Morgan Barron and giving him a chance to flourish. And then the question becomes, is the clock ticking on FIlip? That's the next thing, because
I think he's dealt in a Jack Eichel deal. I really do. I think if all right, so if you go out and you deal Ryan Strome and FIlip in that Jack Eichel deal, you go out and you get Eric Holla for $2 million. There's your third line center. You have Morgan Barron as your fourth line center for an entry level deal. I mean, you've got some solid center depth right there. You really do. You got a reliable two-way guy in Holla. You've got Eichel and Zibanejad as your 1A and 1B. You have Panarin. You put Lafreniere with either Zibanejad or Eichel. That's a deadly line right there. I mean, Kakko could play with either one of them on the right side. You get to keep Pavel Buchnevich at that point for maybe a year and then try to deal him off. Or I don't actually know, because he becomes an unrestricted free agent, I believe, after that.
Well, unless he signs like a 2-year deal or something like that.
I mean, that's the thing. If he signs a 2-year deal, you can convince him, hey, we can deal you after the first year. We can get your price up, and then after that second year ends, you go and you do whatever you want in free agency, and you're 27. So
here's an important question for you. And by the way, again, me personally, I'm looking at sandpaper guys. I think they can compete with their top two lines. They need to strengthen their bottom six. Like I thought about trying to say go after Blake Coleman, but Blake Coleman's got like a ridiculously low the faceoff percentage if you want to move him to center. They have too many wingers. Sean's got this is an important question for you. Which product do you look forward to the most? If you had to pick one, WWE Raw, WWE SmackDown, AEW Impact, NJPW, NWA?
Yeah, so I love this question as a wrestling fan. Obviously, you just got me really excited. But I would stay away from WWE's main card right now. The production and the booking on it has just been so poor for the last few years. The last time that they had any interest in me was 2017, 2018 maybe. But 2017 had a real good run with Seth Rollins and The Miz as Intercontinental Champions on Monday Night Raw, because Brock Lesnar had the Universal Championship held hostage for years. But SmackDown is... I have friends tell me that SmackDown's watchable. I don't think it is. To each their own. AEW is on the rise. It's going to get better. Tony Khan has some surprises. I think it was Dave Meltzer, who everybody knows in the wrestling business. If you're a wrestling fan, Wrestling Observer newsletter, been covering wrestling for over 30 years now. Dave Meltzer said that Tony Khan has a surprise. Yeah, Tony Khan has a surprise or surprises that are bigger than Andrade El Idolo and Tommy End, Malachi Black, whatever you want to call him right now. So if that's me, that means one of two names, or it could be something else. Well, I think that's CM Punk, Bryan Danielson, a.k.a. Daniel Bryan, or he's got either Kazuchika Okada or Bullet Club in the bag coming over to AEW. But AEW and New Japan Pro Wrestling are the two best things going right now in wrestling. Watch those. If you like NXT, NXT is decent, but it's kind of gone a little downhill from where it was a year and a half ago.
Just to go with a couple comments, by the way, of you could put Wahlstrom and Tarasenko on the same line. I don't think you can because Wahlstrom would be what I would ask for if I'm Doug Armstrong. I would not even budge on that.
They wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't go anywhere.
No. If the Islanders did that, I think they would have people calling for Lou Lamoriello's head.
Not for a guy who had 3 shoulder surgeries. No way.
Yeah, well, I would be trying to get him, especially if people are saying he's stealthy now. So I don't know. We're going to see about that. The Rangers need to stay at the core. Actually, there are no real game changers. I keep on reading from the actual quote, but that's hidden. There are no real game changers other than maybe Eichel if he's healthy. Well, I mean, on the trade market, you have Gaudreau who could change games. You got
Gaudreau, not really a center.
Well, no, I'm just saying in general. I don't know. I think that's what Mike was talking about anyway. The Rangers need to stay the course. I think Buffalo want more than the first rounder. Yeah. Matt, I'm going to come back to this question in 1 second. Because Dave, as we talked about before, it would have to be at least Filip, 2 first rounders, Pavel Buchnevich, and I would have to say defensive prospect. They'd ask for Robinson. They'd ask for Lundqvist. I would end up settling for Robinson. What do you think on that, John?
Like I said, it would be either one of Pavel Buchnevich or Ryan Strome. I would then say probably Pavel Buchnevich because he's got team control. Ryan Strome is unrestricted after this year.
So,
and then you're looking at probably Filip, and then I would say one of their main prospects, like I would say Vitaly Kravtsov, Nils Lundqvist, Braden Schneider, Matthew Robertson, or Zachary Jones. And then I would say a first rounder, maybe even a conditional first, depending on I don't know if it's number of games Eichel plays or if it's how far the Rangers go in the playoffs. I would say would probably be a condition. But yeah, I would say Jack Eichel would cost probably between 4 to 5 assets.
Here's something that would pertain to both teams on this. Matthew C. is asking, I wonder what a Shesterkin extension would be. The reason why is because Sorokin's up 2, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is.
So they got to sign both these guys. Shesterkin, I would say at least 4 years, $4 million, but then I forget the fact that he's like 20, 25. He's 24.
I think he's 20. I think he's 25.
He's 25.
Okay, so he might want a bigger payday now.
Yeah, he's a restricted free agent, so he's got to be signed. He was only given a 2-year deal, so he's got to be signed this offseason. So you don't really have to you don't really have a choice with Igor. You got to give him money now. And
yeah.
There's not a lot of service time with him, honestly. I mean, he played 47 games.
I would say, sorry, Ella's coming in and out.
And you're multitasking well, like a good father does.
Shesterkin, I could see. Yeah, I think $4 million's a fair number.
Yeah,
I think that's fair. Depending, I don't know how many years he wants, or because the more UFA years that I buy out, the more money he would want. So depending on, like I said, how many years they want to buy out, it might increase the value a little bit. But overall, I think $4 million is a good number. For Sorokin, he was making $2 million this past year, and he played well. I think he showed in his play the reason why the Islanders really wanted to get him over here. You could see the talent. So, but he didn't play much because of Varlamov. So I think for him, you're probably talking 3, maybe 3.5. That's $1.5 million above what he was making. But again, if the Islanders, like for instance, Sorokin's only, I think, 2 years away from unrestricted free agency. So if they want to buy out a lot of UFA years, that 3.5 number is going to go way up. Like if they want to sign him to a 7-year deal, the guy's going to want more than $3.5 million. You probably have to pay him, I would say maybe like 4 3/4 or even 5 if you're talking 7 years. That's the issue.
And then the Islanders can't fit that on the cap right now.
Yeah.
Right now, no.
If you're the Rangers, do you go and you give Igor, I don't know, 6 years and $36 million or something like that right now? I mean, because that would take
That's a tough one.
That would take him to age. He'll be 26 in December.
Okay, so that'll get him to 32.
That would get him to 30, 31, 32. I don't know. I mean, do they? I just don't know if they bridge him or not, because the way that this team is structured, you gotta. All right, so Mika Zibanejad is an unrestricted free agent after this year, as well as Ryan Strome. So your top 2 centers right now are unrestricted free agents. Restricted free agents after this season upcoming are Vitaly Kravtsov and Kaapo Kakko. You have to give Filip a new deal now, or you have to trade him. That's why I think he's going to get traded, because he's a restricted free agent, and I don't know where they see him. Pavel Buchnevich, I could see him getting traded in the Jack Eichel deal too, because he's also a restricted free agent. That's why I think it's going to be the two of them. Adam Fox has 1 year left on his deal, and then he's a restricted free agent. Keandre Miller has 2 years left in his deal, then he's restricted. Zach Jones, same thing, 2 years left in the deal, then he's restricted. But I could see him being a part of a deal. And he's also had some NHL experience. I think Buffalo might want some players that are looking to be more ready a little sooner than later if they're going the younger direction. And then there's Alexander Georgiev. I mean, $2.425 million, it's tolerable for an NHL backup. But
do you think Georgiev could go in a package for Eichel right now?
It's possible, yeah, because Buffalo might want a goaltender. And I don't know if they're going to be able to re-sign Ullmark, because Ullmark's going to want money.
I know they're going to end up with another. I try to remember if Carter Hutton's on the roster right now.
He is, I believe.
All right. I mean, is that a sexy name? I think Georgiev got exposed. If you play him too much,
he's not. He's an unrestricted free agent as well.
He's unrestricted too. So, Who are they exposing for Seattle?
They don't even.
By the way, I wonder if Buffalo would be the one team ever that they're like, yeah, no, thank you. We're not taking any of your players.
My dog's hitting the ball to go out.
Yeah, no, mine wanted to go out before. Back to Dave again. John, do you believe the beef with Tom Wilson is over, or do the Rangers find a tough guy and find payback? I think no matter what, they're going to get payback. That's the beef isn't over. I don't know if they go out and get a tough guy.
Yeah, I don't know about a tough guy. I mean, I know I've seen people clamor for someone like Ryan Reeves. I don't know if that's necessarily the answer. I think you need guys that can actually really play the game of hockey, that are just gritty and will fight with them.
Yeah.
If you're looking to go and get back at Wilson, that's how you're constructing your roster. It's very short-sighted and it's very foolish. So I wouldn't do that if I were them. They're definitely going to address team toughness. They will do that.
Mike, let me go back to your comment to make sure I have the first part. There are no really game changers other than Eichel if he's healthy. And it's also, he's saying, at what cost? I was focused on a center. Yes, that's what the guys pointed out to me afterwards. And I still think it's I personally, I think bottom 6 if the price on Eichel is too high. You get Eichel for your money. Yeah, Sorokin's 25. Is Sorokin the same age?
Yeah.
Oh, they're like best friends too. There was a Twitter video of them in Russia from a couple of years ago, like singing together, like outside in like the street somewhere. It was pretty funny.
Sean, thanks, buddy.
Yeah,
but
Sean.
I had to go outside and take the dog out. But when you're talking about Shesterkin, I think he might want to bet on himself a little bit when it comes to signing long term. Like for instance, his save percentage this year is .916. He's a guy that's capable of having a save percentage like upwards of like .930. He is. So he might he might want to sign, let's say, like a 1-year deal and hopes he could really, really light it up and then, make more money. I don't know if he'd want to do long-term now, because he probably feels if he has a better season, he can make more money if he waits a year before going long-term.
Right.
I wonder if, because he's arbitration eligible, I wonder if the team lets him take them to arbitration.
Ooh, but then if you agree to an arbitration deal, then he's UFA the next year.
No.
Yeah.
Well, he could get a 2-year deal from that.
Yeah, that's why they usually try to make sure that
25 going on 26. So he could possibly get a 2-year deal from that.
Rich chimed in with this proposed Eichel deal reminds me of when we traded Hickey and Dubois and McLuhan for Turner and Turner for Beck. Yeah, and we never got back to the finals. Can't give that much talent. Lucien Dubois never really panned out in the NHL. That's the one good thing. By the way, is that Thomas Hickey's dad?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, different Hickey. But I mean, it wasn't as bad. Say the Bobby Carpenter trade really blew up in our face, because I know that was Mike Ridley and Kelly Miller that went in that deal, and they were Ranger killers for years, especially with the Capitals. MG is back. Hi again. Why do we need another scorer when we have 2 of the best plus Fox? And tell me who will be a defensive forward, not Kakko, Lafreniere, or Panarin. They don't have a shutdown defensive forward, but Kakko's has taken strides defensively. He's actually been pretty good. Panarin is a good defensive player, and Lafreniere is going to be. I've said Kreider is a good defensive player. They don't. I think you're looking for me to say somebody like Jesper Fast, and they don't have a Jesper Fast right now.
No, they don't have a Jesper Fast right now, but that's what they're going to be looking to add in free agency. And I would say if I know you watch Kakko, but if you look at the analytics tell you that Kakko was a better player than anyone could imagine defensively this year. And his chances against per 60 numbers, those numbers were through the roof after a really dismal year in his first NHL season, because he was a horrible defensive player in his first NHL season. And he turned that corner big time in his second season. But Kakko could end up becoming that Mark Stone type player. I think you take that and run.
Oh God, yes.
Run. The thing that God,
well, love seeing Anthony in the background. Never mind in the foreground.
I know, but it's so funny because you could hear Giuseppe just going off. But
yeah. But yeah, and it is good to think about Schneider coming up. Like there's so many defensive prospects, and there's always so many positions. That's what makes me worried about it. Forget it. Mikey's back in, and I know you've been commenting on the videos. I think this might be your first time on a live stream. Forget about Jack Eichel and go get Coleman, and you don't lose no youth. I just can't stop thinking about this injury, and yeah, it's the same injury that Eli had, and everything went downhill. And yes, I am very much scared of neck and back injuries. When guys aren't the same. I mean, I talk about it with baseball all the time, but whenever somebody gets a back injury, just say goodbye. That's the easiest thing to do. But then again, I would have people getting rid of me because my back was terrible at the early part of the last decade. Well, lots of people got rid of me. They were called girlfriends.
Why everybody is scared of that injury, but the surgery that Eichel wants to get, Peyton Manning ended up coming back from in his mid-30s. I think mid to late
30s.
Yeah, when he got that surgery. So if he could do that in football, I'm totally convinced that Eichel could do it in hockey. And hockey is a less of an impact game than football, Because in football, you're getting picked up and slammed to the ground
Every play.
Every play, especially as a quarterback. You know, you got an offensive line to protect you, but the minute you get through, that's it. So, Hagelin for the bottom 6. It depends on what his price is. He's still a good skater. He's still a good penalty killer. He's still got like hands of stone when it comes to offense. So
he got 2 years left on his deal. So
2 years left on his deal
with Washington. Really?
Yep.
Oh wow. All right.
I would stay away from that then because of the fact that 2.75. No thanks. Not for his production, not for his age at 32 going on.
And he'll be slowing down very soon.
Yeah, and he's the type of player that his speed is his best asset about his game. So once that starts to go, which is going to happen in the next couple of years, he's somebody I would stay away from. Honestly, at this point,
and
2.75, no way. And I don't like his stats the last couple of years for what he is. So I'm going to say no to Carl Hagelin, even though, he's part of my good memories as a Ranger fan.
Mike P is a little bit nervous about this, and rightfully so. I know the Rangers, being a Dolan team, will likely overpay on a trade that is more negatives than pluses. I prefer to fill in with UFAs and make deals at the trade deadline. Yeah, I understand why you're saying that, and yes, you'd rather keep your assets. It's just
a player like Michael does not become often available. Like this is the type of guy that comes. This might be the best player I've seen in 20 years available in the trade market.
And by the way, the next 3 comments also back up what he was saying of Mike. Yeah, agree with stock the scorers. We don't need anymore. There aren't enough pucks for all these guys as it is. That is a good point. They are going to shift things around, and the style of play is going to change. And the Rangers have bad history with this. Eric Lindros, Pat LaFontaine, Pavel Bure.
Concussions, though. Those are concussions. That's not a neck injury. And
Bure was a knee injury. That was what knocked him out.
Well, yeah. Bure, they also went and traded for Bure. That was a different regime. Those 3 were all a different regime. And they were actually 2 different regimes because LaFontaine was the Chekic regime, and that was after they missed out on the Joe Sakic offer sheet.
Yeah.
So, Lindros was another one. They missed out on Jágr. The same exact package that went for Eric Lindros was offered weeks beforehand for Jaromir Jágr. And I think it was maybe a week or 2 before they got Lindros. That deal, like I said, was offered straight up for Jágr.
Mm-hmm.
Craig Patrick basically handshake and then turned around and dealt him. What the hell just happened?
I don't know. You were in and out. I was like, oh, we lost you. It was going to be a minute.
No.
And that was about it right there. So, wow, that was actually the fastest loss and reconnect.
Yeah, that was weird.
Doing this.
Yeah.
The good thing, by the way, addressing this comment, good thing I think, Dave, is that I think Dolan's going to be a little bit more hands off.
Yeah.
But I think what makes him want to speed it up is the philosophy of we just had the first overall pick and the second overall pick. Why aren't we winning? I also just think if you watch that team the last 2-3 weeks of the season, especially, they had a chance to make the playoffs. They no-showed against the Islanders. It was embarrassing. It truly was embarrassing. And I think that's what necessitated this.
I think it wasn't. It was quite a few things that really stemmed together. I think the play-in series loss against Carolina, where they absolutely just got romped, just destroyed, was probably the first thing that set Dolan off, especially after they owned them in the regular season, and then they just did not show up to play. And then the Tony DeAngelo situation, which was an utter embarrassment to the organization. Then the Tom Wilson situation, which was, again, another embarrassment to the organization. Then Dolan, sending out making a statement and being fined for that. And then just the way that they played down the stretch, just it all came together and Dolan just had enough. And that was the first time he put his hands on the team in 16 years. 17 years. So
and again, I think it's just the Tom Wilson thing was probably the final straw on a lot of it. Dave, and again, here's the argument against keeping all these assets. There are a lot of young assets, but they won't reach their full potential until they find enough time on ice. Yes. And with all these spots already, but this is why I keep talking about the Buchnevich situation, because if you're telling me Vitaly Kravtsov is going to be Buchnevich or better, then you have to move him, and that's just what it comes down to. I know we like to say we could keep all of our things, but it's like it's a fantasy sport in video game mentality. It's not going to happen. If I could tell you just even my experience in my playing time. When I was younger, I was a third, fourth liner. I didn't ask anything. I didn't worry about if I can move up. But as I came back and played men's league, I know that there were guys I was better than, and I went, why am I languishing on line X? So it just happens that way sometimes. He also finished if you could trade high for these assets and land established players. And yeah, you just don't want to trade away the wrong guy. And
that's why Dave, you're right. That's why you trade these assets for someone like Eichel instead of trading them in deals for futures that may never pan out. Mm-hmm. And that's why it makes sense to go make a trade for a guy like Jack Eichel, because he's what the Rangers need, fills a need, and gives you that talent that can put you over the top in the future. But Buffalo has no leverage. He's not going to play for Buffalo. Yeah. And that's the thing. Buffalo doesn't have the leverage that they think that they have. Kevyn Adams is eventually going to have to bend, because if that no movement clause kicks in, good luck dealing him, Kevin. You're going to have a bigger head.
By the way, check out the honest press conference.
Yes, check out Mark, because Mark gives my Jack Eichel a run for my money. He really does. That's funny. Wait until you see that.
Yeah. So we got the next one. Again, Rich, which youngster do you think is going to have the most improvement under Gallant, Laf, Kakko, or Kravtsov? My answer is easily Kakko.
I want to say that the immediate impact that you're probably going to see right away is probably Lafreniere. If you're looking at just for like the short-term improvement, because of the fact that he's going to be a guy that I think is going to play top 6 minutes. I think he's going to get power play minutes. And I really believe that Gallant's really going to stick to his words when it comes to him and Kakko. But Kravtsov, to me, is the biggest wild card, because I think that he can come in and he can play. I think he's almost ready to play top 6 minutes. I think what he showed you towards the end of the season and the way that he played when he was on that line with Strome and Panarin just tells you that he is ready. And and Dave, you're right. You won't have to unload all of those assets. It's not going to take all of them. And that's what I think. It's smokescreens. A lot of what we're hearing is smokescreens. It's posturing. Kevyn Adams is going to eventually drop his price, and a deal is going to get done. Because if he doesn't, he's going to have a major problem on his hands. So,
by the way, Mike, and that's the reason why Quinn, I think, had to go. You were most successful when Knobloch was the coach, and when Drury was behind the bench. So that's what you get on this one. Mike, you're right about this one too. I'd love to get Eichel, just not Kevin willing to give up the farm.
Yeah.
Hell right. Because I was going to say hell yeah, but I don't know if that fit. But yeah, I'm not giving up the farm. There's going to be the things I'm going to identify and go, I'm not going to part with that. It's a game of poker right now. And by the way, and that's why I agree with you. He'll be in the top 6, possibly with Panarin. Dolan gave Gorton 6 years of regression. The team got worse every year under AV, then floundered with Quinn. Dolan was looking for more of the same, but I think in the exit interviews, doomed Quinn.
Yeah, they did. They absolutely doomed Quinn. And honestly, I knew that he lost the team in the room during the Knobloch days when he was out with COVID. So yeah, it's a combination of things, but honestly, Gorton did some things that weren't great for the Rangers. He honestly screwed up the Ryan Miller, Ryan McDonough.
Yeah,
I mean, he screwed that up. He didn't get enough back in return. Now you're hoping that Nils Lundqvist is the real deal because that really hinges to make this trade an okay trade for them. I mean, he didn't get enough back. He took the wrong prospects. That's it. So, I mean, Gorton did a lot of things that really, I don't want to say hurt the team, but they weren't great for him. But he did some good things too. So
we also, by the way, have a link to that. There was a video we did the week after the firing saying, was it really as good as what we thought it was? By the way, Anthony finally has a nice quiet room, and he hasn't had a question yet or anything to say. So,
oh, that's great.
Which guy do you think is going to improve the most, by the way, under Gallant? There it is again.
There it is.
Boom.
Buffalo fans I talked to, they want Kakko, Laffy, and Miller. Yeah,
they're not getting that.
They're not getting that.
And they need
you're not getting that for a guy you're already paying $10 million a year to. Plus, I got to put that back up again. So you want the number 1 overall pick in the draft, the number 2 overall pick, and the number 2. So you want 3 first-round picks. If that's what you want, and then that's it, there might be a slight chance, but no, absolutely not. Anthony?
No, it's just not happening. I mean, I could see maybe if like the Rangers really, really wanted to get it done and they were trying to, get it across the finish line and, step up an offer from other teams, maybe I could see them including Kakko in a deal, but I doubt any of them. I doubt any of them go.
Anthony, by the way, your prayers were answered. Because Matthew Almeida has chimed in to say, what's your thoughts on Nick Leddy getting put on the Islanders trade block?
I touched on it before. I get it because they need the free cap space, but the problem is if they trade Nick Leddy, they don't. Who fills his minutes on the left side right off the bat? They would either have to sign somebody in free agency, a more proven veteran. They would have to roll the dice on throwing in a guy like Robin Salo or Samuel Bolduc, who look promising. But again, as Staple mentioned when I read his comment, they've only played a combined 24, AHL games. And that actually all came from Bolduc. Salo never played in the AHL this year. Like Lundqvist, he signed, and then when his season was over, he joined the team and he skated with them, but he didn't play. So that's my thoughts of trading Leddy. I'm for it, but you need to find a way to replace him. You can't just throw a guy like Hickey into the lineup or rely on a young guy. That's not Trotz's MO.
By the way, we're also working on getting more guests on the show. We had Dave Pagnotta at the beginning of the show today. Look for the video where we talk to him. That'll be probably out in maybe about 90 minutes. And also, we're working on getting Statboy Steven and Tyler Ward to come on the show. And they would also explain why some of these prospects that we haven't even mentioned, some of the prospects. Like I keep talking about Carl Hendrickson as being a possibility, or Morgan Barron. So we're working on getting more people on.
Next week, we're going to do our picks for Seattle.
Yeah, Statboy Steven's definitely going to be on with us next week. We just got to work out the details. He's definitely interested, as you've seen in the group chat. But we'll definitely have some Q&A for him. He'll be talking about prospects. I know he's going to give his thoughts on the expansion draft as well with us. And I think that depending on how his platform works, we'd like to get all 3 of us on his platform as well.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, because also they do a great job. Wardy NHL is their channel is. Dave, what Ranger might be lost to the expansion draft? We are hoping it's Brett Howden.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it either might be him or Julien Gauthier. I think they're going to.
I think it's Gauthier.
I honestly think it's going to be Gauthier, but I mean, I think they're going to protect Colin Blackwell. I think they like what they saw with him. They think that, yeah. But I'm with you, MG. I hope it's Howden, because Howden is just, and Mikey. Yeah, I'm with you. I think Seattle definitely takes Gauthier at this point because they're gonna take a chance on a young forward with some pedigree.
Actually, you know what? Rich has chimed in with an Islanders question. Well, Wallstrom scored 20 goals. He was rated higher than Kravtsov.
I mean, he had what 10 goals this year, and
12.
not
Yeah, he had 12. He had 12 and 56, and I think with more playing time and more power play time, I think he easily crushes 20.
Yeah, I think he's gonna. Yeah, especially if Eberle goes, let's say, and he plays with Lee and Barzal on the top line and power play time. Yeah, easily.
Yeah. I'm hoping Gallant and Drury are not as hot on Howden and protect Gauthier instead. Yeah, I agree with you on that because I think Gauthier could be a real power forward if he's given a chance. The reason why he wasn't given a chance at Carolina is because they were loaded and it was just tough. We're gonna go back to Matt's question in a second, but boy, I watched some of the Nils Lundqvist highlights yesterday. He's got a slapper and a great wrist shot as well. That guy can absolutely bomb it. I hope they do not deal him in there. This one is a little bit, it's sad, but also a little bit funny to me at the same time. Do you think Hank will stay in Washington or will he go somewhere else, maybe Tampa? Not every Ranger could go to Tampa. That's what the little funny part was. But
I mean, I could see him staying in Washington, being that he signed with them, never got to play with them because of the conditions. So as long as Washington wants to give him another opportunity, I think they go. But the problem is now, actually, think about it. Washington has Samsonov and Vanacek who look formidable. So do they really need Lundqvist?
No.
I think Vanacek might be exposed in the expansion draft. He might be.
I don't think he's eligible.
He's not eligible. I don't think either of them are eligible.
Okay.
I gotta look that up, but I don't believe.
This is why it's going to be important to get the list because we sometimes get those guys that aren't eligible that you don't know. Like it's still great that the Rangers don't have to worry about Fox, Lindgren, Miller, Jones, Reunanen, Lafreniere, Kakko, Kravtsov. I could go on for a while before I get to a guy that they actually have to protect.
Why does Cap Friendly not have Samsonov on Washington State? That doesn't even make sense. It just lists Vanacek and Craig Anderson. Where is
he an RFA?
Non-roster. No, but it should be. Then it has at the bottom. I don't know why they did it this way. They have him under non-roster goalies. What?
Yeah, they got him. He's an RFA in this right now.
No, it just because they have Ovechkin listed with the forwards, but he's a UFA.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but I got him right now. He's on. It does say Team Washington RFA, but
I don't know if it goes to
that's what they got right there. But you're right about that. They don't do any of those. So. Gauthier, yeah, MG. Gauthier was in the doghouse with. He probably made one mistake, and Quinn said, "You gotta," or maybe stick handled on a 2-on-1. Hank would probably be starting minutes in Nashville.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
They're talking about UC Saros and then Askarov is coming.
No, it would make no sense. Honestly, it would make more sense for Askarov to play as a backup behind Saros at that minute. So UC Saros would absolutely be their starter. There's no need for Henrik Lundqvist in Nashville.
All right. I got about 10 more minutes of this, guys, and then I got to get to editing. Actually, ironically enough, the very video that we're recording. Hold on. Ruining the very pants I was going to return. At 15, do you think going after a player like Carson Labos is a bad idea? No, we need centers, but I believe that Labos will be the best player at 15.
Carson Lambos is an interesting player at 15, but I don't think they really need him if he's the best player available. And I don't see this pick being drafted. I don't. If it ends up being drafted, I'd be surprised. Would it shock me to the point where I'm like, oh my God, they didn't make the Eichel trade? No, but if I'm at 15, I'm going after Chaz Lucius if he's available. that would be a guy that would fit the bill for me. Fedor Svechkov would be another one that would be available that I would like at 15. I don't know if I drafted another defenseman. I know that people are saying that Jesper Wallstedt might be available at 15. I think he doesn't get out of the top 12 to 13 picks, and I don't know if I'm the Rangers, I go draft a goaltender anyway, because it doesn't make sense for me unless they want to turn around and make the Eichel deal after the draft somehow, and that would actually be a real good piece for Buffalo because they could use a franchise-type goaltender in the future.
I was on assuming that they're going to draft this pick. What about if Aatu Ratu falls to them?
I would like Ratu. The only problem with him is that there's a bunch of mixed reviews on him. Some people think that he can be that top 6 NHL talent. Other
Sillinger
not convinced anymore on him. Other scouts say that he might even be a second-round player at this point. There's just so many different scouting reports, so he might be available.
Cole Sillinger
would be a good one.
That's got to be Mike Sillinger's kid, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Is he going to play for every team in the league too? So, he played for everything. By the way, this comment's making me smile, Mike. I just want to share it because you actually say, "I'm sorry, but thank God Quinn is gone." You don't have to say I'm sorry.
No,
Not in this.
have to say you're sorry.
And I was the biggest Quinn supporter, and I think our first podcast I said is Quinn's job in trouble. And what does John say? They should go get Gerard Gallant. So right there,
to go get Gerard Gallant since the minute he was fired by Vegas.
And
if the Russian available, Svechkov, yeah. If Svechkov's available, Fyodor Svechkov, yeah. I would absolutely take him if he's available. I think that he could be. I don't like to use Datsuk because it's such a no. That's false. I'll answer that in a minute.
Okay.
Svechkov to me is a little bit like Datsuk. He plays a similar type of game, maybe not nearly to that level, but very smart, has some dynamics to him. You know, he can give you that offense, but he's a smart defensive player. He can pickpocket and make plays kind of like Datsuk can. So I don't like using the comparison because it's a lot of pressure to put on a player, but I do think of him in that regard. I would say, as for Ratu, it's not a personality. It's not an attitude problem. It was a confidence problem. He was dealing with some personal stuff in his life. I read up all about this. I don't think that it's a problem anymore. I really think that he might end up falling because of that. If you can get him in the second round, yeah. And yes, Svechkov has a very, very good set of hands. There are a lot of Ranger fans that are high on him. I'm one of them. So, yeah, if he's available at 15, I take him.
As a Game of Thrones fan, I have to ask the question, does he hold the door?
Hodor.
Oh, Hodor. By the way, I got to publish this one. You guys are great, and The Hockey Guy and Wardy NHL are my favorite shows on YouTube. Thank you for everything you do, and thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, because this is why two things. We are growing. We are growing because of people like you, and we're trying to provide the content for everybody. And
we want to be different. We want to be different. That's two of the key selling points to our show is just we want to be different. We want to give you something different. That's why we do the honest press conferences. That's why we do the bar talk. That's why we do the Q&A the way that we do. We don't want to be like every other cookie cutter hockey show that's out there. So this is why we do what we do and the way that we do it. And we're thankful that you guys all enjoy it. So keep coming back for more, and we'll keep giving you more content.
Yes. And also, this is the reason why we have an Islanders guy that we still have just left him speechless for a little bit because we haven't let him talk. This one from Andrew SFL. Sam Bennett is 26 and an RFA center who can add grit and skill and excels in the playoffs. Can he get right away from Florida? I thought he re-signed. He didn't.
No.
Florida invested a decent amount into him. I don't think they'll let him go personally.
The second round pick and their second round and the guy they drafted as a second round pick.
I don't think they're gonna let him go.
Yeah, I don't know about that because if he can give them top 6 production, which like in his short stint with Florida, it looked like he turned a corner with them. I mean, he had 15 points in 10 games with them in Florida. So if he turns the corner and he gets this the second line minutes, it allows them to develop Anton Lundell and put him in third line center role next year, which I think he's ready to do because he was phenomenal in the league this year.
And also his coaching situations in Calgary, let's just say, not as good as being under arguably the best coach in the league in Joel Quenneville.
No, yeah.
MG brought this up, and I think we didn't answer it. I know he brought it up in other podcasts. I know it brought this up in previous pods. You think Kakko's diabetes, although I just thought about 30 Rock diabetes, has anything to do with his playing his game, blood sugar, fatigue his body, especially insulin dependent, very hard to regulate. No. I think the Rangers got like 9,000 doctors on that, so they'll.
Max Domi has the same thing too.
Yeah, and Max Domi put up a 70-point season a few years back. I'm not worried about Kakko's diabetes. I'm not worried about that at all. I think COVID was like the biggest thing with him. Like they were worried about him coming back and playing. He played. He looked excellent in the play-in series. He was the best forward. He was the best player in the play-in series, I should say. And not only that, but he played great this season. It's just the offense didn't come because, 1, his shot needs some work. 2, he was playing with Filipino, and Filipino, as much as I like Filipino, he's not a facilitator. And his underlying numbers are not great as analytically. So that's why I see Filipino being traded because he's going to need to be in a situation where he can kind of just go out and do his own thing like he could in Buffalo. But Kakko is going to take that next step sooner than later. You're going to start to put him with, better players. I think you have to put him in top 6 minutes, and I think you're going to see him turn into a Mark Stone type player. That's what.
And also the other thing is he's not going to ride the pine on a. He didn't have nearly as many giveaways as he did his first season.
No, he was top 30 in the league in takeaways this season.
Yeah,
top 30. I mean that's from a guy who was horrible defensively in his first year. How do you go from being one of the best analytically defensive players in the league and being top 30 in takeaways? That's crazy at 19.
Back to you, Anthony. My last question of the day is about Bellows. Does he bellows? That's a question. No, it's not it. Do the Islanders trade him? And
actually, he kind of fell out of favor with Trotz there, and he didn't really get much playing time this year. And Arthur Staples' Q&A today, he actually said he's not sure if Bellows is if he's part of the plan with the Islanders going forward. He thinks that they could move him in a trade, or it's possible he's left unprotected and Seattle takes him, but he doesn't see Bellows in the Islanders' future. And I mean I would have to agree. If you look at their forwards, where does he fit right now? Wallstrom's clearly ahead of him. He's not playing ahead of Beuvillier or Bailey on the wings. So yeah, I agree with Staple. I don't think he's going to be a part of the team going forward.
Yeah, I'm with Anthony and Staple on this one. I've been saying for a while that he looks like he's getting closer to bust status. He was the 2016 draft. He just never took that development. That he never got that development spike at the pro level.
I think it might just be on his next team, next organization. Somebody else will take a chance on him.
Yeah, I think that next organization that takes a chance on him is probably the last one if he doesn't show some sort of significant improvement very soon. Saps. I've seen Saps' stuff. He Odd Man Rush is a good one. He knows a lot of stuff, and he does a lot of different things like Draft Day Disaster, which is a lot of fun. If you ever get a chance, watch Odd Man Rush and his Draft Day Disaster episodes because those are friggin' hilarious.
Dave, I hope so too. I have bought many shots for people
Yes.
when I was just all things Rangers starting out on Facebook. Even though, like I said, we're changing around the YouTube name and the YouTube podcast soon, possibly as early as the next 2 weeks. It's just we're because we're expanding out, and you'll see more on that. I bought a lot of shots for people. I went, yeah, all right.
I'd be glad to buy beers for people that for our fans. We meet up at the Garden, stuff like that. Maybe maybe we'll even try to do that one day. We'll try to organize a meetup. Maybe even if it's not at the Garden, one of the city bars to watch a game or something like that.
Yeah,
Mark, your schedule's really the schedule we got to worry about there. So
I could probably end up taking a day off or something. We're working on expanding our coverage. And by the way, that's another one. If we ever want to do a Long Island meetup or even a Rangers Islanders game, we could do that at Kroger's. So
to answer David's question there, the Islanders' new building arena is going really good. It's gonna be open in November sometime. The Islanders are gonna have to. Lou Lamoriello said likely open the series on some sort of road trip. But I can't wait for it. Beautiful, brand new arena, state of the art, everything. Really excited for it.
John's still with us. Do you think Eichel is? Do you think going after Eichel is? No. You know what? I'm going to go with you on this one. No, I would go for Barkov.
That's why I think going after Eichel actually is prudent. It's paramount because I don't think Alexander Barkov is going to be available.
Right.
I don't think he's going anywhere.
Because unfortunately, I think Florida turned around their franchise.
Yeah, I think they turned things around. If they missed the playoffs again this year and they were a disaster, I could have seen Alex Barkov being available. But I don't think he's available right now at this point, and I don't think he's going to.
Take it easy, MJ. Talk to you soon. By the way, I have a weird thing. Well, in this case, it would actually work. When I'm on the phone with somebody, that I'll wave to them. Bye. I don't know. Personality problems. Maybe I'm crazy. So, love Kakko. Chytil is Peter Nedved without the scoring. Yeah.
Ooh, wow.
Here's one for you. If Brock Nelson were healthy, do the Islanders beat Tampa? Before Anthony answers that, I'm going to say if Anders Lee was healthy, the Islanders beat Tampa.
I think that's it. I think that's what he means. Brock Nelson was healthy, unless he's talking about Pajot because he's had that reveal that he might have to have hand surgery. But yeah, if Lee was available, I mean that changes a lot of things for the Islanders for sure.
But then again, you don't have Kyle Palmieri if Anders Lee is healthy.
Well, if Lee was able to play, he could have came off long-term injury reserve and just played just like Kucherov did.
No. That's what I'm saying though. If Anders Lee never got injured, then
yeah, I mean,
you don't have Palmieri.
That is true.
Yeah, that's true.
Which, by the way, Anthony, I did have. I'm sorry. By the way, Dave, that was the home of the Rangers farm team for a while too, until I believe 1996.
Yes.
Going back to this one, just to give people the banner we were talking about, I had that conversation this week too. It was we're against a team that was $18 million over the cap, and I kind of looked over and said, yeah, but if Anders Lee could skate in Game 7, you guys would be over the cap too. It's just how it would have worked.
Yeah.
So.
You can't cry about it. You can't, because you know what?
Right.
If you're gonna cry about that, then you had to be crying when Chicago did in 2015. So. And
again, by the way, I love doing this. We love doing this. All of us. That's why we're doing it. That's why we're going to be doing more of it, and that's why again we're growing because of you guys. I'll pass on the Islanders. I pass the Islanders. That's a good one. That's a good one, David. And you know what? That's not a bad solution. It's gonna look. I think it's gonna look nice. I can't wait to see that. I never got to see the Barclays. And I'm always down for a meetup in the city after the game. Yeah, we're gonna figure out something eventually, guys. Because as we grow, there's another way that we grow. Yeah. Oh my God, I would love to get Barkov. I would love to get Barkov over Eichel right now.
So would I.
But it's just not going to happen. I'm talking about strengthening the third line. Could you imagine if the Rangers had Barkov? I mean, I'm losing my words just trying to talk about Barkov. He's a Selke Trophy candidate every single year. What?
He won it.
Oh yeah, he won it. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I was going to say he's the second coming of Patrice Bergeron, but I think that's a downgrade.
No, I think he's a better all around player than Patrice Bergeron.
Yeah.
Lowest hockey league, no hockey. Well, he was talking about the Fed before, the Federal Hockey League, and
okay, yeah.
Anthony and I know somebody who played for the Federal Hockey League, Mr. Gregory Holt.
Yeah.
Yes, and by the way, that's another reason why I talked about. That's why I wanted Anton Lundell last year to be drafted by the Rangers, but he didn't follow them where they could get him.
I wish they could have traded up for him.
I'm excited for the new barn and watching the Islanders lose. Yeah, I really can't see. I can't wait to see what that place looks like.
Yeah,
the new arena is always attractive, but it's just the Barclays was putting a round peg into a square hole. Yeah. So,
all right, fellas.
All right, and take it easy. We're about to be signing off in about 2 minutes ourselves.
Yeah.
Funny thing about the whole cap situation thing was the Leafs were $13 million over and couldn't beat the Jackets. Yep. That too. So, all right. And again, you guys were great today. It's phenomenal. I never got to play this for the finals when we talked about it, but I did put it on our Instagram. Because again, everybody died of dysentery on the Oregon Trail. I was hoping the Rangers land an ECHL team that went to Jacksonville. Barclays was nice, but not meant for hockey. That's right. New arena does look nice. It's just not the Coliseum. That's right too. Matthew, take it easy. The Rangers ice a better team with and they've been better since the whole franchise has been better since they've installed the salary cap.
Well, Dolan took his hands off the team, and that was the big thing. Sather went to Dolan right before the 2004 deadline and literally gave Dolan the ultimatum. He said, you got to let me do my thing with this team. You got to let me rebuild. And the team has been better ever since then. So Dolan's got to keep his hands off. He kept his hands off the team for 17 years before he made those moves and had those guys fired. So if Dolan keeps his hands off and lets Drury do his thing, I think Chris Drury is more than smart enough and suave enough to make this team into a Stanley Cup.
All right. Well, again, guys, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. And it was a long afternoon. The Dave Pagnotta interview will be out in, like I said, probably before 6 o'clock. Hopefully before 6 o'clock, depending on rendering and how much extra stuff I have to do for that. And look for the Honest press conferences and all the Bar Talk segments we're going to have. I might do the Honest press conferences tomorrow and jump ahead on that. So, guys, again, thank you very much. It is great joining you. It's great joining you every single week. And I can't wait to do a meetup with soon enough. And yes, they rebuilt with the wrong coach. And it's that simple. They wanted Montgomery, I think, but they ended up with David Quinn. And yes, good talking with you, and it's going to happen more soon. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Click that bell. Comment as much as you want. Even if you want to say the guy with the nice hair is totally stupid.
Not nice.
Yeah. All right. But thank you very much, guys, and we'll see you soon.
Take care, everybody.
Yeah. Great show.